makes no difference to me, babe. You look exactly the same to me. Ain't no time crossing your legs inside the diner, raising the coffee to your lips, the steam. You saw the masterpiece. She looks a lot like you, wrapping her left arm around your right, ready to walk you through the night. You whisper to that restless ear, can you get me out of here? This place smells like piss and beer. Can you get me out? You were asking me how to get you free. I only know the recipe to roam. But you saw the masterpiece. She looks a lot like you, wrapping her left arm around your right, ready to walk you through the night. Old stars filling up my throat. You gave them to me when I was born. Now they're coming out. You're laying there on the hospital bed. Your eyes are narrow, blue and red. You take a draw of breath and say it's me. You see the masterpiece. She looks a lot like me, wrapping her left arm around your right, ready to walk you through the night. Old friends, old mothers, dogs and brothers. There's only so much letting go you can ask someone to do. So I'll keep you by my side. I will not give you to the tide. I'll even walk you in my stride, Marie. 'Cause I saw the masterpiece. She looks a lot like you, wrapping your left arm around my right, ready to walk me through the night.
In the morning when I wake and the sun is coming through, oh, you fill my lungs with sweetness and you fill my head with you. Shall I write it in a letter? Shall I try to get it down? Oh, you fill my head with pieces of a song I can't get out. Can I be close to you?
Okay, very well. We are going to start. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, it's really a great pleasure to welcome you to this international seminar on stronger democracy to multi-level governance that we are organizing together with the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe and the Government of Catalonia. First of all, let me sincerely thank our partners from the Congress, in particular, for co-building, for co-constructing this seminar with us and Catalonia, and for choosing this event actually as one of the moments of formal consultation feeding into the new democratic Pact for Europe that you are working on at the Council of Europe. This partnership for us, for the CPMR, is very meaningful. It reinforces our shared commitment, of course, in strengthening democratic institutions, bringing the territorial dimension from our perspective into the heart of Europe's democratic renewal. We all know the context. Democracy is really under pressure, we can say that. Disinformation, polarization, declining trust, threats against local and regional officials, social inequalities, geopolitical tensions, the challenges linked to technology and artificial intelligence. All of these are testing, I would say, the resilience of our democratic systems. And at the same time, citizens simply want more participation, more transparency, more meaningful influence over decisions that, in the end of the day, affect their lives. This is why I think the Council of Europe, in this case, is developing this new democratic pact for Europe, which is built around three essential pillars: learning and practicing democracy, protecting democracy, innovating for democracy. Today's seminar contributes directly to that process, and let me say it's not, of course, an academic kind of exercise. It's a space for territorial voices for us, for local and regional leaders and youth representatives to reflect, challenge, and provide, indeed, concrete inputs. The structure of our seminar, of course, as you can see in the program, reflects this ambition, and we will hear from political representatives from different geographical commissions of the CPMR, bringing perspectives from island regions, from different territories, Mediterranean territories, Baltic, Atlantic territories, Nordic regions, and beyond that. So we will listen also to youth whose experience and expectations must really sit also at the center, I would say, of any renewed democratic pact. And we will engage also in this seminar into more interactive dynamics and exercises that will include, of course, live debates, but also, guiding questions and using digital tools like Slido or Mentimeter. We'll see that in a moment. This is, of course, an opportunity for all of you to share your own views, your own experiences, how participatory democracy is evolving, how misinformation is affecting your communities, how multi-level governance, in our case and from our perspective, can help trust, and definitely how democracy can be modernized at a certain point via innovation, via technology, and new forms of engagement. So our goal today is simple, but at the same time ambitious, and will contribute to these new democratic pacts with concrete territorial recommendation experiences, and we want indeed to ensure that the voice of our regions is clearly heard when democratic governance is being reshaped at European level. So I want to thank again the Congress, Catalonia, all of you for bringing your expertise to the table, and your views, and we are now going to start. So this is your seminar, and of course, your input truly matters. With this, I have the pleasure of opening this first session, institutional opening session, and now I will guide you a bit through the speakers. The first speaker that we have in this opening session is Mr. Philipp Reinag, who is president of the CPMR and, of course, also holds a political mandate in one of our member regions, that is the region of Gotland. He is regional councillor. So, Philipp Reinag, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide, for an excellent opening. And dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to start by thanking the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities and also the Generalitat de Catalunya for co-organizing this seminar together with the CPMR, because this cooperation is very valuable to us and to our members, and it reflects our shared commitment to strengthening democratic governance across all of Europe's regions. And we all know that democracy faces today serious pressures. I think many of us in the room occasionally view the Eurobarometer, and this year I was quite shocked by one figure that came out of it, and it was the figure on the youth's view on the democratic governance and how it actually has declined significantly, and that there is almost, I believe, 40% who believe that an autocratic system would serve the local, regional and national level better than a democratic governance structure. But we are facing serious pressure, and as the Acting Secretary General Davide Strangis told us about, from disinformation, online manipulation, polarization, declining trust in institutions, etc. The very foundation of our democracy is shaking. And at the same time, the global crisis, the geopolitical, economic, and environmental are testing the resilience not only of our societies, but also of our democratic systems. But I truly believe that the regions also, in a time where we see that the autocratic tendencies on the national and government level are put to the test, that the regional level can act as a counterbalance, and we only have to look across the Atlantic to see that that dynamic between the regional and national level is important for the vitality of our democratic system. And this is also why the new Democratic Pact for Europe is so important, and why our contribution here today is essential. The pact is built around the three pillars, and in this consultation phases, it will provide a useful framework to reflect on the challenges and opportunities ahead for us here today. The first pillar is about learning and practicing democracy, and it reminds us that the democratic engagement needs to be learned, nurtured, and practiced from a young age. And across Europe, and I know this from discussions that I have had with representatives from our geographical commissions, we see very positive examples of youth participations, youth councils, structured dialogues, school-based democratic educations, and participatory processes that bring young people closer to decision-making. But democracy will only prevail if it can deliver results. And here I'm a bit afraid that the system that we have created is actually not providing the results that the young population at the moment needs. And I developed a bit on this in a seminar in Poland a couple of weeks ago. And if you look at and compare, for example, my father's generation to my daughter and son's generation, my father went to school for 12 years and could basically point to a job when he exited school. Now you can have a master's degree and increase your chance of finding a job, but it's not totally solid that you will actually have one. The housing market is another example where decision makers haven't actually been able to deliver results in the need of the young population. But I believe very much in including the youth. And one example that I can give you from my home island of Gotland is to include young people through the schools in the spatial planning, for example, to have them have a voice on how we should plan our society and cities. And these initiatives matter because they do not just only improve the policies, but hopefully they also build trust, which is the foundation of democratic life. The second pillar is about protecting the democratic institutions, elected representatives, and our information space. And we see all across our territories of the CPMR members, the Maritime, Insular, outermost, northern sparsely populated areas, that none are immune to threats such as disinformation, cyber attacks, targeted intimidation. We have all seen situations where manipulated content spreads quickly and can divide communities or block constructive dialogues, especially on hot topics at the moment, such as migration or the war in Ukraine. But by protecting democracy, it also means strengthening institutional resilience, supporting independent local media, increasing transparency, and ensuring that local and regional leaders can carry out their work safely. And if you should remember anything from what I've said, it is this, that words matter. And I think that as elected officials, we need to be careful with our words, because the words that we use also shape our understanding of the other, of our society, of what, and shape the understanding of the human dignity, the respect for everyone, and how we can improve tolerance in the society. And I really believe that this is essential in the time that we live in. So be careful with words. The third pillar is innovation, and I think that we really need to innovate our democratic practices. This does not mean to throw out everything that we have done, but to find new ways of involving young people and everyone in the decision making. By that strengthening and give more people a chance to participate meaningfully. And while we do all of this, we also need to have a territorial perspective on what we do. When I was elected president of the CPMR, I said that the members of the CPMR, we come from various geographic positions in Europe, but we also come from different democratic traditions and practices. And we need to embrace that democracy is not one thing. It can be shaped in a variety of ways, which is also shown in one of my favorite academic institutions, Varieties of Democracy at the University of Gothenburg, where they look at the different democratic practices around the world. So by adding a territorial but also a democratic perspective on the Pact, I believe that we can strengthen how we shape and protect and enhance the democracy for the future. I very much look forward to our discussions here today, and the CPMR stands ready to contribute to the Pact. And we already had a great discussion this morning on how we can strengthen our cooperation in the coming months. Thank you.
This one? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, for your interesting reflections. I'm really sure that we will delve more on those during the next sessions. Now, I would like to invite to come to the lectern Mr. Jaume Duc, Minister for European Union and Foreign Action of Generalitat of Catalonia, our host region of the seminar. So please, the floor is yours.
Authorities, colleagues, good afternoon, molt bona tarda. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Barcelona on behalf of the Catalan government, and especially as this General Assembly and this seminar in particular is taking place at a moment of profound change for Europe, of course, and also for its regions. Across our continent, we are navigating evolving political, social, and technological dynamics that are reshaping the way we understand governance, participation, and public trust. And these developments remind us that democracy is never static. It requires constant attention, renewal, and collaboration at all levels. And allow me in this context to recall that tomorrow marks 50 years since the death of Francisco Franco, the dictator, the Spanish dictator, a date that reminds us that democracy in Europe is neither accidental nor irreversible. The path from dictatorship to freedom was made possible thanks to values such as human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, which today define the work of the Council of Europe and the work of the EU institutions. And this anniversary at the same time invites us to reaffirm that Europeanism and freedom are inseparable, and that defending democracy means honoring the generations who fought so that Europe could be a space of rights, dignity, and hope. Half a century later, we are not in a time for self-complacency. It's a time for clarity, it's a time for commitment, it's time for courage. Europe needs its regions to speak with honesty about what is working and what is clearly not. Initiatives such as the Council of Europe New Democratic Pact for Europe, with its pillars of learning, protecting, and innovating for democracy, offer, by the way, an important path forward. In this broader European context, the European Union's own democracy package and the recently proposed European Democracy Shield also point in the same direction, reinforcing electoral resilience, countering foreign interference, and ensuring that our democratic institutions are equipped to withstand emerging threats in the digital and geopolitical spheres. But we all know that a pact, no matter how well designed, is only as strong as our willingness to implement it. And that willingness must come from all levels, European, national, regional, and local. I read in a Renner Institute publication that we must reconnect the state with citizens, and that, on this matter, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OCDE, shows that decentralization can increase trust in democracy and foster balanced regional development. These are not abstract findings. They tell us that if we do not bring decision-making closer to people, we risk losing their confidence, and once lost, it's extremely difficult to rebuild. Regions, civil society organizations, youth movements, unions, community actors are essential to this rebuilding process. They are often the first to sense democratic erosion and also the first to propose solutions. But they do not always have the space of recognition they deserve. We now have the opportunity to change that and to transform the conversations about democracy into commitments. Europe cannot allow democratic backsliding to become normalized, nor can we rely on all methods to confront new threats. From the Government of Catalonia, we are promoting a line of action to defend democracy in a broad sense, covering everything from decentralization and multi-level democracy to the promotion of a broad concept of security and defense that includes the human, climatic, digital, and social dimensions. Let me now switch to my mother tongue, Catalan. Primer, abordem el tema de la descentralització perquè encara hi ha massa decisions preses lluny de la ciutadania i massa poca participació territorial en els processos multilaterals. Hem d'esforçar-nos a canviar això d'una manera real, a fi que la governança multinivell no quedi en paper mullat. Paral·lelament, impulsem xarxes i aliances globals per la democràcia entre actors governamentals, subestatals, socials i institucionals per fer incidència amb la voluntat que les veus regionals tinguin el pes que mereixen en l'escena internacional. Com que combatre la desinformació continua sent un repte gegantí i els mecanismes que amenacen la veritat evolucionen més ràpid que les nostres eines de defensa, considerem que cal invertir més en alfabetització mediàtica, en tecnologia humana i en protecció dels espais deliberatius. En aquest àmbit, volem prestar especial atenció a defensar i protegir els drets humans dels defensors, dels creadors, dels líders cívics, perquè, com deia abans, apostem fermament per una seguretat ampliada centrada en la persona, que integri plenament les dimensions climàtica, digital i social en les polítiques públiques. Tot plegat, això requereix recursos i requereix visió a llarg termini. I és per això que reforcem els instruments d'acció exterior perquè sigui transformadora i perquè a través de la cooperació descentralitzada pugui tenir incidència global, pugui exercir una governança democràtica de la tecnologia i pugui protegir els líders cívics amenaçats. Un exemple d'aquesta línia d'acció és la Conferència Internacional Democràcies sota amenaça, que ha comptat amb 3 sessions diferents, la darrera la setmana passada a Barcelona, a Berlín i a Viena. I pel que fa a la desinformació, el nostre govern ha posat en marxa, ha donat suport a programes com Learn to Check per capacitar la ciutadania a identificar notícies falses i a protegir la democràcia des de l'educació. Aquestes iniciatives han estat contribucions, entre moltes altres, a debats europeus, però també una empenta necessària per recordar que la democràcia només avança si la qüestionem i si la millorem constantment. Les eines per fer-ho existeixen, però cal fer-les créixer, consolidar-les i, sobretot, aplicar-les amb coherència. Les sessions d'avui aquí al World Trade Center a Barcelona, des dels debats sobre l'estat de la democràcia fins als col·loquis sobre informació digital i sobre intel·ligència artificial, són una nova oportunitat per explorar els desafiaments i les oportunitats de la governança en tots els nivells, amb l'objectiu final d'enfortir la democràcia. Arribats a aquest punt, permeteu-me acabar amb una idea essencial. Europa només serà forta si és capaç de ser inclusiva, transparent i d'estar sempre al costat de les persones, amb unes institucions que sàpiguen escoltar, que sàpiguen dialogar i connectar amb les necessitats reals de la ciutadania. Els valors democràtics continuen sent la base del projecte europeu i per això cada pas que fem en la defensa d'aquesta democràcia és un pas també cap a una Europa més humana i més resilient. Us encoratjo, doncs, a continuar debatent, reflexionant i compartint propostes sobre com la democràcia no és només un sistema polític, sinó una manera de viure, una manera de participar, una manera de deliberar i de construir confiança col·lectiva. Fem, entre tots, que la democràcia sigui l'eina amb què Europa es renovi, es connecti i avanci. Thank you so much. Moltes gràcies a tothom.
Moltes gràcies, Conseller Duch. Thank you very much, Minister Duch, for your words, for your engagement, for your commitment. This is very meaningful for us, and we will continue to discuss on those subjects in a few moments. Now, the turn to speak is for the Congress. We have a very, very important speaker from the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, is the Vice President, actually, Mr. Konstantinos Koukas, and he's also the rapporteur for this new Democratic Pact for Europe. Please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today in this meeting at a very important moment for Europe, a moment when the decisions we take will shape the path that future generations follow. Democracy is under severe pressure, and if we want to strengthen it, we need to act together, starting by understanding what's going wrong and what we can do about it. We all see it. Democracy is being tested hard. Many people feel disconnected from institutions that are supposed to serve them. Mis and disinformation confuse public debate. Populism fuels division, and the complexity of today's world makes politics feel distant. The result is a growing sense that democracy listens less, delivers less, and lets people down. That democracy is no longer for the average citizen and doesn't serve them. And when citizens start to believe that democracy doesn't work for them, they step away from it. A risk none of us can afford. The Council of Europe has always stood for three simple but essential pillars: human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And in the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, we look in particular to the Charter of Local Self-Government, which has provided 40 years of guidance that has helped local democracies grow stronger across Europe. Our work over the years has led us to a clear conclusion. If we want democracies that are strong and resilient, we need multi-level governance, real opportunities for citizens to participate, and a willingness to innovate. The world is changing fast and adapting around increasingly expanding and growing technologies. And our democratic systems must adapt as well. This is the idea behind the Council of Europe's new democratic Pact for Europe, as is already said. Proposed by our Secretary General, Alain Berset, this year, this pact will be a strategic and political process to reinforce the foundations of democracy, restore confidence, and innovate its form. It will serve as a concrete road map, linking principles together with real action, reinforcing the rule of law, transparency, civic participation, media freedom, local governance, and electoral integrity. Consultations are currently framed around three pillars: learning and practicing democracy, protecting democracy, and innovating democracy. We know that democracy doesn't get stronger simply because we pass resolutions. Words matter, but action matters even more. When it comes to action, who is better placed than local and regional authorities? When we talk about multi-level governance, we are talking about the essential link between regions, municipalities, and the citizens who live in them. OECD studies show that local and regional authorities are generally the most trusted authorities compared to others, reflecting the unique position of such authorities as those placed closest to the citizens and as first responders to the needs of their citizens. We manage public services. They will implement environmental transitions and the Sustainable Development Goals. They guide the way for social inclusion. Empowering them ensures the public perception of legitimacy, the feeling that democracy is real, close, and tangible, with processes and results which are visible and inclusive of the citizen through. In the Congress, we have long recognized the key role of local and regional authorities. More and more, they are being acknowledged internationally as major players. And multi-level governance is increasingly seen as essential for solving today's challenges. The new democratic pact should fully reflect this reality. To make this vision concrete, we need to rebuild and strengthen the relationship between citizen associations and public institutions. Democracy isn't something that belongs to institutions alone. It belongs to all of us, to mayors, to governors and councillors who listen to their communities, to associations that give voice to those who are not always heard, and to citizens who participate, question, and help find solutions, even when resources are limited. To protect democracy, we must continue having dialogues like the ones we will have today and maintain close cooperations, such as our long-standing relationship with CPMR and the Government of Catalonia. These relationships are valuable for us, and in the context of this meeting, particularly unique in providing the perspectives of some of the most remote regions of Europe. We look forward to hearing your views today and taking them with us as we continue shaping the Pact. We want to hear about your real experiences, your real challenges, what you face on the ground, and how you have invented being creative to find solutions which are tailored to the needs of your citizens. These real experiences are so important to your constituents, and they will be important to enrich the Pact too. We are on uncharted territory here as we talk into the future. Only the coming together of our minds and all suggestions will brighten the path forward. Today's meeting is part of a wider consultation process hinging on the three pillars, and we are very pleased to continue this work together so that the Pact becomes inclusive, well-informed, and capable of making a real difference. This event will be key for us to gather valuable information about how we can bring forth a truly real, innovative, impactful version of the Pact. Our consultations will be continuing well into 2026, and our findings will be later presented by the Secretary General to all the 46 member states of the Council of Europe, who will later adapt it as a roadmap for the Council of Europe for years to come. Moving forward, we must see democracy not as something static or guaranteed, but as something we must constantly renew. Every generation has to rediscover it, rethink it, and reinforce its values. The new Democratic Pact gives us a framework to do exactly that. Now, it's our turn to help shape it, and with this, shape the future of democracy in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy works best when we work together. I am looking forward to the fruitful and engaging discussions ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Koukas, for liaising and explaining very well the reflections that you're having at the Congress and the Council of Europe and a bit the roadmap ahead. This is important to have a perspective of what we are going to discuss today. And after this speech, we have, I think, the perfect, let's say, overview and framework to start delving a bit more into the details. So we will now start the first session that will delve more, of course, on the state of democracy through multi-level governance and regional perspectives. And we will have very, very interesting speakers. So I will now hand it over to Ms. Sally Bailey-Ravet from the Council of Europe that will moderate this session. Thank you very much to all speakers and looking forward.
Thank you very much, Davide. So my name is Sally Bailey, and it's my honor to moderate the next 3 sessions. The scene has been very clearly set by all the speakers, so I think without further ado, I would like to call the 5 panelists for session 1, Madame Maupertuis, Madame Jacobson, Madame Nouro, and Madame Drainville, and Mr. Almendros. Veuillez prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Bonjour. So while the speakers take their seats, maybe I can tell you that during this first session, we will ask the speakers to give an overview of the state of democracy in their country, and then give us examples of challenges and opportunities, very concrete examples of challenges and opportunities in their territory. Je commence par vous, Madame Marie-Antoinette Maupertuis. Vous êtes présidente de l'Assemblée de la Corse. Vous êtes également présidente de la Commission des îles de la CRPM. Est-ce que vous pourriez nous donner votre vision de l'état de la démocratie en France, les défis, les difficultés, notamment pour une région insulaire de la Méditerranée?
Merci beaucoup. Permettez, dans un premier temps, que je remercie à la Generalitat de Catalogne et Monsieur le ministre pour son accueil, la Conférence des régions périphériques et maritimes, Monsieur le Président, pour l'organisation de ces journées, et bien évidemment le Conseil de l'Europe pour cette très belle initiative, ce pacte pour la démocratie, dans un contexte très particulier de l'histoire de l'Europe de manière générale. C'est très stimulant que de participer à ce type de séminaire. C'est très stimulant parce qu'effectivement, aujourd'hui, la démocratie est challengée sur nos territoires, à l'échelle européenne, à l'échelle, bien évidemment, des États membres, mais également dans nos territoires, et en particulier les territoires insulaires où je vis, puisque je suis présidente de l'Assemblée de Corse, une île où il y a peu d'habitants, nous sommes 360 000, mais où nous avons une expérience de la démocratie qui remonte à 3 siècles, puisque cette année, nous fêtons le tricentenaire de Pasquale Paoli, qui a été, à l'époque, le promoteur de la démocratie, et notamment en Europe, salué par Rousseau, salué par Voltaire. Et nous avons produit une des premières constitutions modernes dont se sont inspirés les États-Unis. Et je le précise, où les étrangers pouvaient voter et où les femmes votaient également. Voilà, donc je ferme la parenthèse. Une île qui est aussi intégrée dans un espace méditerranéen beaucoup plus large, qui est quand même le berceau de la démocratie. Nous pensons aux Grecs, nous pensons aux Romains. Et je ne retiendrai qu'une chose, c'est que societas en latin et démocratie en grec, en fait, ça veut dire la même chose. C'est faire société et considérer le tout, mais le tout dans sa diversité. Et dans sa version plus moderne, la démocratie, c'est trouver la concorde dans une société qui est profondément différente. Aujourd'hui, en Corse, mais comme dans d'autres territoires, cette démocratie, ça a été évoqué tout à l'heure, a été fortement challengée. En Corse, nous ne sommes pas encore à des niveaux de fracture tels qu'on peut l'observer à l'échelle européenne. Néanmoins, les derniers résultats électoraux font apparaître des formes de polarisation de la vie politique très importantes. La réflexion que nous avons depuis 10 ans avec le président du Conseil exécutif, Gilles Simeoni, je précise que nous sommes en majorité absolue, ce qui pourrait être considéré comme quelque chose de non démocratique, mais nous avons été élus. Et nous avons été élus avec des taux de participation, contrairement à l'échelle nationale française, très très importants, parce que les Corses aiment la politique. J'ai cité tout à l'heure Pasquale Paoli, mais je peux vous citer aussi Napoléon, qui est né à Ajaccio. Les Corses aiment la politique, donc participent à la vie politique. Ils ne sont que 360 000. Ils sont d'origines diverses. Et il nous a fallu, nous, en majorité absolue, faire en sorte d'écouter la diversité, d'écouter les minorités. Donc, être en majorité ne vous donne pas un droit absolu il exige au contraire d'écouter ce qu'ont à dire les minorités. Les minorités politiques, bien sûr, mais aussi l'ensemble de la société. Parce que faire société, encore une fois, c'est écouter tout le monde. Alors, cette démocratie, nous la vivons avec des institutions qui sont solides depuis une quarantaine d'années. La seule chose que nous regrettons, c'est que nous n'avons pas le niveau d'autonomie des communautés espagnoles, de nos amis italiens. Donc, nous sommes en pleine négociation d'ailleurs avec le gouvernement central pour avoir plus d'autonomie. Cette démocratie, elle s'exerce à travers donc les institutions, mais aussi différents conseils consultatifs, conseil économique et social, comité d'évaluation des politiques publiques. Il se trouve que malgré mon âge, je suis présidente d'une assemblée des jeunes qui est démocratiquement désignée, à l'image d'ailleurs de l'assemblée de Corse, que je préside aussi. Ces jeunes sont au nombre de 62 et ils contribuent, ils ne sont pas simplement consultés, ils contribuent à la production de la politique publique. Et ça, c'est important. On ne les interroge pas que sur les questions de drogue et d'intelligence artificielle. Nous les interrogeons, le Conseil exécutif leur soumet les rapports, quels qu'ils soient, sur l'eau, sur les routes, quel que soit le sujet, et ils émettent un avis effectivement et ils contribuent à la création, à la fabrique de la politique publique. Nous travaillons également avec la société civile, et je vais vous donner un exemple très concret et sur quelque chose qui est plutôt difficile à aborder. Nous avons été saisis, la Corse, mais comme d'autres territoires, est soumise, et d'ailleurs ça fait partie du questionnement sur la démocratie aujourd'hui, est soumise à des dérives mafieuses, comme c'est arrivé par le passé, mais toujours à l'heure actuelle en Italie, mais comme ça existe partout ailleurs. Nous avons été saisis par les associations de lutte anti-mafia, et vous ne pouvez pas vous dérober. Vous êtes un élu, beaucoup d'élus auraient fait les autruches et auraient regardé sur le côté, parce que ça peut être aussi potentiellement dangereux. Nous avons travaillé avec les associations anti-mafia et nous venons de proposer à l'Assemblée de Corse, à la dernière session, la création d'une commission ad hoc de lutte contre les mafias où nous travaillons main dans la main avec les associations anti-mafia, les syndicats, les différentes autorités régionales et locales, et les jeunes, bien évidemment. Donc, nous considérons de manière très claire que dans cette île qui a une identité forte, mais qui a des principes démocratiques importants, qu'il est nécessaire d'associer l'ensemble des parties prenantes, quels que soient les sujets, fut-il très difficile à aborder, quels que soient les sujets. Je considère aussi qu'aujourd'hui, sur un territoire comme le nôtre, la revendication, par exemple, d'autonomie, qui est historique, qui remonte à plus de 60 ans, n'est pas seulement une démarche, je dirais, purement idéologique, et on ne veut pas l'autonomie pour avoir l'autonomie. Cela s'inscrit dans une réalité qui est très forte en Europe, de demande de décentralisation plus poussée. D'un côté, effectivement, l'Union européenne, la construction de l'Union européenne s'est basée sur les États membres, sur les États. Il n'en demeure pas moins qu'il y a des peuples, des nations qui ont besoin aussi de reconnaissance d'une part. Et aujourd'hui, y compris sur le plan économique, sur le plan technique, on le voit bien depuis la crise du Covid en particulier, il y a un besoin de décentralisation plus poussée, mais également de gouvernance multiniveau. Il serait enfin temps, me semble-t-il, c'est mon point de vue, que le principe de subsidiarité, en particulier, soit pleinement appliqué. Ne fût-ce que pour qu'il y ait la prise en compte, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, de l'ensemble des strates institutionnelles, mais aussi les désirs, les besoins et la représentation du monde des territoires qui sont concernés par certaines décisions. Or, nous sommes dans un contexte où, avant de parler de l'intelligence artificielle, des dénis de démocratie, etc., nous sommes dans un contexte où nous avons besoin de prendre des décisions à l'échelle régionale et locale. Alors imaginez dans un territoire insulaire qui en soi est un petit monde, déconnecté du continent, nous avons besoin de prendre des décisions à l'échelle du territoire, non pas sans l'Europe, non pas sans l'État membre, mais bien évidemment avec eux dans une logique tripartite. Donc, le principe de gouvernance multiniveau évoqué par Monsieur le ministre tout à l'heure me paraît quelque chose d'essentiel. Je vais terminer à ce stade. Il me semble fondamental qu'un principe démocratique de base est d'abord l'écoute. L'écoute, la pédagogie et la transparence. On ne peut pas donner de leçons, il faut faire la démonstration, je parle en tant qu'élue, en tant que présidente, la démonstration tous les jours qu'on est en capacité d'écoute et en capacité de transparence et surtout de co-construction. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour ces exemples très concrets. Siv Henrietta Jakobsen, you are a councillor with Østfold Council in Norway. You're also the Vice President of the North Sea Commission. Can you give us an overview of the situation in your country, in your council, but also how you approach democracy and youth in the North Sea Commission?
Yes, I can, and thank you very much. I am pleased to be here with you today to take part of this conversation on the state of democracy and multi-level governance in Europe and beyond. As a Vice President of the North Sea Commission, I am glad to help to set a tone for what I hope will be a lively and constructive dialogue, not at least with you. We meet here at a time when democracy faces profound challenges. Across Europe, we see worrying trends, declining trust in institutions, shrinking civic space, disinformation campaigns, and increasing polarization, which is actually one of the worst threats. These pressures are not abstract. They affect our communities, our ability to govern effectively, and ultimately the resilience of our democratic system. I was very engaged listening to the previous speakers here today because these are indeed historic times. And when it comes to kind of those turning points and those where you have to guard what you believe in, it's always, do you recognize it when it's happening? Or do you recognize it afterwards? That's always the big question. And I feel that the gentleman speaking here before us really set the tone and recognize what is happening. I think that the source and the essence of democracy is participation. And also participation sort of from the bottom up. And multi-level government is a good source to this core because it is where participation happens, as well as the NGO section, of course, but from the bottom up, multi-level governance, and also building on the trust that people have in local politicians and local governments is the essence. If I'm to tell a little bit about our multi-level governance in my region and across Norway right now, I would say that we're facing a perfect storm because we have three things happening at the same time. One is the demographic changes with more elderly people and fewer younger people, which sets a very hard pressure on priorities for the local governments. Many regions or many municipalities are laying down schools, which is causing a great uproar. And the second part of this perfect storm is reduced financing. The increase of living and increase of cost has risen really, really hard. So everybody's cutting really hard. And the third part of this perfect storm is the demands of the national government on the local. Whenever they think about, the national government is very sectorized. And you have every sector saying, well, this should be done exactly like this. And we're going to put a law on exactly like this. And when you are the recipient of this from the local government, you get all these laws put upon you. Not enough funding and the demographic crisis. So being a local councillor and being part of the local government right now is very hard. The least that you should do is not to have so many laws put upon you from the national government who wants to safeguard all these areas. So right now the national government has put down a commission to look at this. So maybe there will be more conscious about this, all these laws and all those details. The second part, when it comes to participation, what we do in our region, we have, when we elect the politician, we also elect participatory boards for different part of the region to be active in politics. We have one participatory board for the young people, like a regional council for the young people. We have one for elderly voices, and one for immigrants and multicultural, and one for reduced functionality yeah. So those are elected for 4 years, and all the issues that we are going to debate upon in the regional council, it comes to them first. So we get advice from all of these different groups before we have any cases debated on the political level. So that's one way of putting participation into an organized system. So I just wanted to give you that example before we start our discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Sari Nuro, you are a member of the regional board of Oulu region in Finland. And can you give us the perspective, in particular, of a Baltic region that shares a border with Russia?
Thank you for the introduction, and lovely to be here with all of you today. As said, my home region, Oulu, in the Baltic Sea region, is located in northern Finland. I would say amongst the most northern regions that are represented here today. And we have a direct border with Russia of 130 kilometers. We also share a joint history with Russia in many regards, and not all of them are very positive regards, unfortunately. Since the war in Ukraine started, Russia has been trying to shake our democracies in various and multiple ways, including that of Finland. We face, and we have faced, increasing malicious incidents in our societies, such as, for instance, sabotage of critical undersea subsea cables, GPS signal harassment, which can be very dangerous for instance, for air traffic. So this is like a setting of the scenery of today's world where we live. On the positive side, I would say that my own home country, Finland, ranks among the top countries in the world when it comes to political and civil freedoms. So there is the seed of, I would say, resistance and resilience towards towards the harassment that we face from Russia. We have a very strong democratic tradition, which I think helps us in this situation. However, protecting democracy still is a timely issue for us, and timely topic for Finland too, as some indices have noted that there is a room for improvement, even in our case, when it comes to political participation, as well as political culture and atmosphere in Finland. Finland has this year ranked 5th for the 4th year in a row in this so-called Reporters Without Borders Index and ranking. For instance, when it comes to journalistic freedom, in Finland, journalists are very rarely subjected to physical violence. However, they do receive threats, which may increase the risk of self-censorship, for instance. Ethnic minorities are also very much underrepresented among journalists in Finland, probably even, I would say, in most of the Baltic Sea region. And this, of course, impacts the journalistic work and views and content diversity. If I look at the sort of overall historical perspective of Finland and Baltic Sea region after the Second World War, the Soviet Union's authoritarian regime had a very strong influence on the Baltic Sea region, and it even affected local politics in municipalities in Finland and other countries in the region as well. So for us, we do know what it is at stake when democracy comes under attack and what kind of resilience and resistance is needed. A lot of the speakers before me have stressed the importance of youth in defending our democracy, and I would say that it's not a coincidence that, for instance, in Putin's Russia, his regime is targeting particularly youth to manipulate them to be ultra-nationalistic in their activities and mindset. When I was working as a peacekeeper with the UN in Liberia in West Africa, and I worked with UNICEF child protection advisors and with child soldiers, and the UNICEF advisors and experts used to say that why, for instance, dictators use children as soldiers in wars is that you can, when you start training a child, even under age of 10, to become a soldier, you can basically manipulate them to be the worst killer machines ever. And when you do that, the child soldiers do whatever the dictators tell them to do without questioning orders. And so we can and we should reverse this to make children and youth as champions for democracy and for freedoms and for societies that we have. So, what we also have in Finland, what a lot of the other speakers have here said as well about the youth councils, and this is the very important aspect of learning, practicing, innovating democracy together with the new generation. We have in Finland the youth council representatives that we have. They are non-political and they are not party-related naturally, because in those youth councils they are the young people between ages of 13 and 18 years old, and then of course you would not involve such young people into political parties. I don't think it would be appropriate. And for these youth councils, they are in Finland elected for 2-year term period. I'm a local council representative in Finland as well, and in our in my home municipality. And these youth representatives, they can sit in our official formal council meetings and to observe and listen to the deliberations and participate that work. And for instance, in my home municipality, when we there with the political cycle for each tenure of the local council, in the beginning of the tenure, usually you prepare a new, for instance, city strategy. And we involve youth representatives in preparing this strategy. So these kind of ways, this is the way how you can increase young people's ownership and participation in political processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madame Hélène Drainville, vous êtes déléguée générale du Québec à Bruxelles. Et nous sommes très intéressés par votre vision en tant que représentante d'un État qui n'est pas membre de l'Union européenne et qui a une frontière avec les États-Unis.
Oui, absolument. Merci beaucoup. Merci de l'invitation qui m'est offerte et merci beaucoup autant pour le panel avant nous que vous, chers collègues, de votre point de vue et je dirais de vos exemples très inspirants. Vous l'avez dit, le Québec fait partie du Canada. Nous avons une frontière commune avec les États-Unis, donc je pense que nous avons quand même beaucoup en commun, c'est-à-dire de protéger et de renforcer nos démocraties à travers des contextes, oui, différents, mais avec des défis, je dirais, similaires. Les défis tels que la montée de la désinformation, la polarisation, l'érosion de la confiance aussi envers les institutions, les bouleversements technologiques, les pressions géopolitiques, tout ça nous invite à réfléchir ensemble, à mieux coordonner nos efforts et à tirer parti des forces propres à chaque territoire. En parallèle, je dirais, des menaces, nous voyons aussi au Québec émerger, je dirais, de remarquables opportunités. Une mobilisation citoyenne renouvelée, des innovations démocratiques et un désir croissant de réaffirmer la place des gouvernements de proximité dans la vie publique. Le Québec et l'Europe partagent des valeurs fondamentales. Je parle bien sûr de liberté, d'inclusion, de transparence et de respect des droits humains. Nous sommes, je dirais, des partenaires naturels et nos expériences, je pense, nos pratiques peuvent se nourrir mutuellement pour renforcer la démocratie et ce, à tous les niveaux. Même si le Québec n'est pas directement lié par le nouveau pacte démocratique pour l'Europe, je dirais que celui-ci illustre des ambitions très proches des nôtres au Québec. Je parle de renforcer la résilience démocratique, je parle d'impliquer davantage les citoyens et d'innover dans le processus décisionnel. Et ce ne sont que quelques exemples que je souhaitais vous partager. Je souhaite aussi vous rappeler un élément fondamental de notre architecture politique au Québec. On l'appelle la doctrine Gérin-Lajoie. Depuis environ les années 1960, elle affirme le droit du Québec d'agir sur la scène internationale dans tous les domaines qui relèvent de ses compétences internes. C'est pour nous bien plus qu'un principe juridique, c'est un instrument démocratique central qui protège et vient renforcer la capacité du Québec à collaborer directement avec les gouvernements locaux et régionaux, avec l'Europe, par exemple, et les organisations internationales dans nos secteurs qui font partie des compétences du Québec, comme par exemple, je vous en nomme que quelques-uns, la culture, l'éducation, l'environnement, le développement régional, par exemple. En somme, cette doctrine-là, Gérin-Lajoie, consacre une idée fondamentale. La démocratie s'exerce là où les décisions ont un impact, dis-je bien, réel sur la vie des citoyens. Au Québec, il y a 3 dimensions que nous considérons essentielles, dis-je bien, pour faire face aux défis actuels. Le premier, c'est l'apprentissage et la pratique quotidienne de la démocratie, puisque la démocratie n'est pas seulement un système politique, mes collègues l'ont mentionné, c'est un ensemble de pratiques civiques. Elle est enseignée, elle est discutée et elle est vécue. Au Québec, cela passe notamment par des programmes d'éducation à la citoyenneté, par des initiatives de participation jeunesse et par des processus municipaux comme par exemple les budgets participatifs. Parallèlement, on veille à ce que nos institutions soient inclusives et sécuritaires pour tous ceux qui y participent, pour assurer un climat politique sain et prévenir l'intimidation ou le harcèlement. Le Québec, en 2024, a voté une loi visant à protéger les élus municipaux contre le harcèlement, l'intimidation et les menaces. Cette loi, qui inclut aussi des mesures de conciliation travail-famille, amène aussi la possibilité de siéger à distance afin d'établir, je vous dirais, un précédent concret sur la manière de soutenir les personnes élues, parfois des femmes, surtout des femmes, et de favoriser une participation politique diversifiée, particulièrement donc chez les femmes, par exemple, qui viennent d'avoir un enfant, ou par exemple chez nos jeunes. Deuxième importance pour nous, c'est cette dimension primordiale-là, qui est la protection des institutions démocratiques. Nous devons reconnaître que les menaces actuelles auxquelles nos systèmes font face ne respectent ni frontières administratives, ni niveau de gouvernement. La cybersécurité, la lutte à la désinformation, la transparence publique, l'intégrité électorale, tous ces enjeux nécessitent de la coordination. Au Québec, par exemple, nous avons renforcé nos capacités dans ces domaines tout en multipliant les collaborations internationales grâce à une organisation qui s'appelle Élections Québec. Je vous explique, depuis 2011, Élections Québec assure le secrétariat général du réseau des compétences électorales francophones, communément appelé RECEF. Et ce réseau-là réunit plus de 35 administrations électorales dans toute la francophonie mondiale, incluant un forum des femmes sur l'égalité dans le cycle électoral. Dans le cadre de ces activités internationales, Élections Québec mène des missions d'observation électorale, offre de l'assistance technique, des formations, des séminaires de partage d'expertise. Et toutes ces actions viennent renforcer la transparence, la participation citoyenne et la confiance dans le processus électoral, tout en positionnant, bien sûr, le Québec comme un acteur de référence dans la francophonie. Troisième et dernier pilier pour nous, on mise également sur ce qu'on appelle l'innovation démocratique. Donc, les territoires locaux sont souvent des laboratoires les plus fertiles de nouvelles pratiques démocratiques. Dans plusieurs régions du Québec, des démarches de gouvernance partagée, de consultation citoyenne ouverte ou d'élaboration participative des politiques publiques ont été mises à l'essai et on a connu beaucoup de succès. L'innovation, c'est aussi les nouvelles technologies comme l'intelligence artificielle. On ne peut pas passer à côté de cet élément-là central. Le Québec, par exemple, on se distingue par notre capacité à intégrer l'innovation technologique tout en respectant les valeurs fondamentales. Je vous donne un exemple. On a créé le MILA, qui est l'Institut québécois dirigé par Joshua Bengio, un grand scientifique qui a gagné le prix Toureg. Donc, on a lancé en 2018 la Déclaration de Montréal pour une intelligence artificielle responsable. Bref, je termine en disant que pour protéger, renforcer la démocratie, ce n'est pas une responsabilité d'un seul gouvernement ni d'un seul pays, c'est une tâche éminemment collective. Et nous, Québec, on s'engage à travailler avec vous, avec les collègues, pour, je dirais, rassembler les meilleures pratiques et aller ensemble de l'avant pour combattre ce grand fléau. Merci.
Merci. Thank you very much. I would now like to turn to Francesc Almendros. You are the co-president of the Youth Council of the Mediterranean. You are also an associate professor of economy at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. A lot has been said about the need to involve young people. So I would like to know whether there are distinctive challenges and opportunities for young people and their trust in government.
Thank you. Thank you so much per la intervenció en català. Jo voldria començar amb un statement, i és que els joves, efectivament, estan molt interessats en la democràcia, estan molt interessats en la política. I un clar exemple és el que hem viscut recentment al Mediterranean Youth Council, en el Consell de la Joventut de la Mediterrània, on vam obrir aplicacions perquè més joves participessin i vam rebre més de 500, quan l'última edició vam tenir potser 50. I és un gran fet que demostra que volen participar de la política pública, volen crear aquestes recomanacions. Però ara bé, els joves, què demanem nosaltres? Doncs demanem nous canals i noves formes de participació. Aquest és el punt clau. Ja que estem dient que la democràcia està evolucionant, també hem d'evolucionar quins canals, quines metodologies i quines formes hem d'utilitzar. Un primer punt que sempre veig obligat a recordar i és que els consells, grups joves, advisory councils, estan molt bé, però no deixen de ser punts d'opinió. I el que busquem els joves són punts de decisió. Volem realment òrgans vinculants, on nosaltres puguem decidir i clarament vivim en una societat, puguem tindre aquest poder de decisió. Ara bé, tots aquests espais també els ocuparem i els utilitzarem i farem tot el lobby possible. Amb l'NYC, un dels que hem participat recentment, va ser en el draft d'opinió del nou Pacte per la Mediterrània, on hem participat en moltes de les seves reunions i hem pogut influir en el nou Pacte de la Mediterrània. Quan aquests nous canals que mencionava abans, veiem i observem que han de ser models híbrids i digitals de participació. Aquests, com assemblees ciutadanes on hi hagin aquestes eines digitals que permeti a tothom, des del telèfon mòbil o des d'un ordinador, poder-ne participar. Perquè això què fa? Això fa que la democràcia, si ens adaptem a la tecnologia, sigui molt més inclusiva i pugui arribar a molts més agents, principalment els joves, que ara hi ha la generació alfa, que els coneixem com els iPad Kids, que ja neixen amb un iPad a la mà. Ja estem vivint en les pantalles, estem vivint en aquesta digitalització. Llavors, hem d'adaptar la democràcia en aquestes noves formes. Creació també de plataformes, tant a nivell europeu, on podem codissenyar aquestes polítiques públiques. A més, a part d'incluir aquesta joventut, que ja estem molt més familiaritzada amb les tecnologies, fem arribar la democràcia en espais on no arriben. Per exemple, a regions més perifèriques, a nivells locals, i ens podem adaptar a les necessitats de tots els agents. I un altre punt molt important que vull reflexionar és sobre l'educació de la democràcia pràctica. És a dir, la democràcia, quan l'ensenyem, està molt bé les classes teòriques, la història, tot el background, com hem arribat fins aquí, però l'hem de practicar. L'hem de practicar perquè si no la practiquem mai es materialitzarà. Llavors, com la practiquem? Doncs abans hem fet un exemple, el Mr. Ringa, que em sembla, de Finlàndia, que deia en els nous plans docents estem fent que participin els propis joves o estudiants, en aquest cas, per dissenyar-los conjuntament. És a dir, aquí estem incorporant a la joventut, en aquest cas, a dissenyar, a que votin, a que participin de la democràcia i la facin un hàbit. Perquè un altre estudi que hem realitzat és que el percentatge, per exemple, de participar en unes eleccions es multiplica, augmenta un 60% si tu has anat a votar ja una vegada. Llavors, si tu ensenyes, exerciteixes aquestes formes a la joventut, és molt més fàcil que les puguem reproduir quan passem a l'edat adulta i tinguem aquestes generacions molt més democràtiques. Quant a protegir la democràcia, que també és un altre pilar essencial d'aquest nou pacte, comparteixo i compartim tots els joves que hi ha una gran amenaça en aquest món digital, que és la desinformació. Són les fake news, tots els bulos, que efectivament erosionen, com mencionaven anteriorment, la confiança, que és on es sustenta aquesta democràcia, i fa polaritzar a la joventut o a la societat en si, i quan polaritzem factors és molt més complicat arribar a consensos conjunts. Per tal de protegir aquesta democràcia, continuem reafirmant l'educació, l'alfabetització mediàtica. És a dir, hem d'ensenyar als joves a com verificar aquesta informació. Crec que a posterior tenim un workshop de fact-check on podrem posar-ho en pràctica. Hem de motivar i crear aquests espais, aquests seminaris, crear aquest pensament crític perquè nosaltres, a través de les tecnologies i tot el bombardeig d'informació que tinguem, sapiguem identificar quina és la informació vàlida. Un altre secret per protegir la democràcia des de la joventut és fer la difusió de totes aquestes polítiques i tots aquests avançaments des dels joves, és a dir, campanyes de joves per joves. Les institucions hem de també fer un treball molt gran i un exercici, però les veiem molt lluny. No tenim aquesta familiaritat amb elles i quan et ve un missatge, quan ets jove, des d'un poder o exposició, el teu primer punt és, ok, aquests em volen intentar enganyar o estan molt lluny. Hem d'utilitzar els joves, perquè hi ha, com hem mencionat abans, joves molt interessats en fer política, en fer campanya, que la gent participi de la democràcia, perquè connectin amb altres joves i puguin participar-ne també. Llavors, pels decision makers que hi hagin a la sala. I finalment, també des de les institucions, crec que pels joves és molt important entendre com es prenen també decisions, és a dir, volem saber com s'han pres una decisió, quin impacte tenen, quins resultats tenen, molta més transparència per part de les institucions cap a la societat i especialment a la joventut. I un últim punt, també del pacte, que és la innovació democràtica, que per mi crec que és un dels més vitals, ja que participo en diferents projectes per promocionar i per innovar en processos democràtics, és les noves formes que tenim de comunicar a través de la intel·ligència artificial. Jo crec que creiem que la intel·ligència artificial és un aspecte que haurà de viure la nostra... Bueno, ja estem visquem amb elles, i no l'hem de veure tant com l'amenaça que estem plantejant-nos, sinó més com aquesta oportunitat per poder fer processos més participatius, més democràtics. Estic pensant, per exemple, utilitzar eines d'IA per acompanyar a joves en aquests processos d'aprendre com puc participar de polítiques públiques, com puc anar a votar. És a dir, podem utilitzar totes aquestes eines que s'estan generant d'una manera que ajudi a la joventut a participar d'aquests processos. I efectivament, també tema que tenia apuntat per aquí era tota la regulació que es faci respecte a aquesta és molt important, però ha de tenir el vincle, el punt central per protegir els nostres drets, que és aquí on sempre estem defensant. I bàsicament, per concluir, la democràcia, m'han encantat els discursos i crec que tots els joves i els que representem els compartim, que és una cosa que no podem prendre sempre per segura, és un procés evolutiu que sempre evoluciona. Jo crec que ara mateix amb totes les transformacions digitals està en aquest punt de transformació, o sigui, la paraula està que la democràcia s'està transformant ara mateix i la joventut no pot ser un agent marginal, ha de ser el motor d'aquesta transformació de la democràcia. Moltíssimes gràcies.
Gràcies. Thank you very much to our 5 panelists for, I must admit, a fascinating presentation. We had wonderful plans of a very long discussion, but I'm going to have to shorten it, I'm afraid, but not to worry. We have 2 interactive sessions coming up, so you will have ample opportunity to speak. If you agree, I'd like to divide this very short discussion into the 3 pillars. So we'll start with the first pillar on learning and practicing democracy that has been referred to. And the questions, I think, the guiding questions should appear behind me, but if not, I do believe you have them in the agenda. The question I would ask you is, do you agree with the examples that have been given by our panelists? And would you have other or different practical examples of learning and practicing democracy? We have about 5 minutes for this bit. I fear I might be putting you off. No? Yes. The gentleman in the back. Thank you.
I would like to share an example from region Stockholm, where I used to work. In one of the boroughs of the city of Stockholm, there was an initiative. I was thinking about the gentleman's suggestion for the young and with the young, you know. And this was actually about involving young people in taking responsibility for organizing a big event throughout the summertime. So they were training during the autumn and the winter, and budgeting, you know, how to reach out to people and how to contact sponsors and so on. And then during the summer they organized it and they engaged with the young people in the area. And then, of course, those who had that experience, they recruited the new ones who were going to coordinate next year's sessions. I think that was one way of really, you know, the public space, the community, the local areas, and so on. So that's a good example, I think. Yes. I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Almendros, do you want to respond?
I think that's an amazing initiative, and this also creates, and we were shared that before here, the ownership of the project. And when you are feeling that you are making it, you also feel that the outcomes are more connected to your necessities, and in this case, the needs of youth. So, really good one.
Thank you very much. Another practical example? Would any of the panelists wish to react? Yes?
Yes, thank you. I was thinking about a little bit what the gentleman over here said before. It's kind of a puzzle, because he says something that we should all take into heart. Young people do not only want to participate, they want to decide. And when we have a democratic system, that means that you have to be elected before you can decide. This is something I think we have to discuss. How can we let young people decide, especially young people between the age of, like, say, well, at student age, they don't really live anywhere because they're away from their hometown. So how can they decide? I would like to kind of ask you, how do you think they can decide?
I mean, one beautiful example that happened before, it's designing this subject of the next year. I think that this is a really simple example that creates in the youth mind the importance of your words, of your decisions, saying, okay, I want to design this subject, we want to do this, let's gonna test if my decisions, if my collectively with the other students works, what can I improve for next year, teach my other peers. So I think starting from schools, designing these subjects commonly, I think it's a really good starting point.
Thank you. Madame Maupertu?
Oui, à entendre les autres panélistes, je suis ravie parce que il y a effectivement des points communs qui apparaissent. Un point important, me semble-t-il, dans la décision publique, c'est quand même la question des budgets. Et lorsqu'on construit un budget de manière participative, je reprends l'idée parce que vous l'avez évoqué, Hélène, c'est quand même quelque chose de très fort, parce que les élus ont quand même un atout particulier, un avantage, un privilège, c'est celui des finances, et de décider, puisque le budget est le reflet d'une politique. Donc lorsqu'on en arrive à avoir des budgets participatifs, c'est vraiment qu'on a atteint un niveau de démocratie en pratique de manière très élevée. Alors la collectivité de Corse, la Corse ne l'a pas encore fait, mais la ville de Bastia, oui, une des principales villes de Corse, à monter un budget participatif avec les citoyens qui ont participé, qui ont décidé qu'il fallait effectivement investir dans un jardin public, investir dans telle crèche, etc. Et ça, je trouve ça absolument magnifique. La deuxième chose sur laquelle je voulais intervenir, c'est la question de l'IA. On en connaît tous aujourd'hui, on ne va pas épiloguer, ça a été évoqué, la question de l'IA et de tout ce qui peut véhiculer en termes négatifs. Alors, nous avons pris le parti de travailler pour le coup avec les jeunes, parce que les jeunes, évidemment, sont beaucoup plus praticiens, je dirais, de l'intelligence artificielle et des nouvelles technologies, et c'est à eux que nous avons posé les questions et qui sont venus nous faire des propositions. Donc, le projet du conseiller exécutif de Corse sur l'IA, il est porté par les jeunes, de l'Assemblée des jeunes. Et ça, c'est très positif, parce qu'effectivement, on souligne les points négatifs que vous avez évoqués, qu'on a tous évoqués, les fake news, la manipulation, la perte de contrôle, mais on a vu aussi tous les avantages que l'IA pouvait avoir pour un territoire insulaire. Bien évidemment, pour l'aide aux personnes à domicile, pour la santé publique, la gestion des flux touristiques, etc. etc. Donc, ça me fait aller au troisième point, c'est qu'en fait, on se lamente de la perte démocratique, je dirais, de la diminution de la démocratie, des dangers du fait que la démocratie est challengée, mais on doit aussi penser au futur. Et construire le futur, c'est important. Nous avons créé, un laboratoire de prospective, Corsica 2050, à la Corse dans 25 ans, et je me voyais mal faire un laboratoire de prospective qu'avec les vieux, entre guillemets, de l'Assemblée de Corse. Donc, nous y avons associé les jeunes, et nous avons créé ce laboratoire de prospective pour penser, pas le futur, les futurs ensemble, avec ceux qui, dans 25 ans, seront certainement, peut-être même avant, vu le rythme, à ma place. Voilà, et ça, c'est très important.
Merci. Madame Trinville, très vite.
Rapidement, deux initiatives que je souhaite partager au Québec. D'abord, et c'est une initiative qui prend de l'ampleur, c'est que dans nos réseaux scolaires, dans les budgets d'école, il y a maintenant une partie du budget de l'école qui est réservée pour les jeunes, aux jeunes. C'est eux qui déterminent les initiatives, les mettent en œuvre et gèrent le budget. Ça, c'est la première initiative. La deuxième, et vous avez peut-être ça en Europe, les parlements jeunesse, très, très courant chez nous aussi. J'y étais dernièrement, et puis les jeunes, par la suite, rencontrent les élus et présentent ce qu'ils ont voté comme loi. Vous aurez deviné qu'il y a un petit... un petit gap générationnel, je dirais, mais c'est aussi l'occasion pour les jeunes de mettre de l'avant leurs priorités, l'environnement et tout ce qui les concerne et une manière de sensibiliser donc les élus.
Merci, Monsieur Strangi.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't know if the colleagues from Occitania are here, but I think there is another very good example that is very maritime and shapes really, I think, what's the idea of the approach when it comes to multi-level governance and participation, and that's the Parliament of the Sea. I know their experience, for instance, you know, when you gather around the table in a permanent way, more than 200 stakeholders from all the maritime sector, from ports to fisheries organizations, the environmental NGOs, tourists, organizations and agencies, etc., to take decisions together and advise on policy and identify new challenges. This is something that looks very much like multi-level governance and participatory democracy.
Thank you very much. I propose that we now move to the second pillar, which is protecting democracy against disinformation, ensuring media literacy. Do you agree with the points that were raised? Do you have specific examples that you would like to put forward in the context of the discussion? No? No? Disinformation, freedom of speech? No? Great. We'll have an opportunity, as I said, to discuss all this in a more interactive session. And then it was mentioned by Mrs. Maupertuis, the third pillar is innovating for democracy, the impact of AI. Is there anything that you have in your regions, in your territories, there's something that you've done that's never been done before, something that's quite unique, that could possibly be used as an example, as an input into the new democratic pact?
Well, I can share a tool that I had the pleasure to be part of, and this is a little promotion spot for me. It's called Palumba, and we created an app by youth for youth that consists, or we are famous and well known as the Euro Tinder, because we are matching the values of the person that is using the app with a European group. And it's very intuitive. It's like Tinder. You have different statements, and you do swipe left, swipe right, depending if you agree or not. And after that, you have a match with the group, the European group. And this is a really simple way that youth is connecting with politics, because a part of recommendation of your values matching, what we are doing with these 29 statements is the youth start to think about, for example, one question: we should regulate more big companies like fast fashion companies like Shein or something like this. And you have to think about what's a big company, what fast fashion. You have also a click and you can check what it means, fast fashion. You have contrasted data on that. And we are creating this critical thinking in youth with a very easy tool that is a digital app. And actually, we developed that for elections 2024, the EU elections for 2024, but we adapt this also to local level. Last weeks, we designed the same app for the New York City elections, and we were on the top 100 download apps in the App Store. So this is an initiative that, of course, takes a lot of time, but about budgets, it's more efficient than maybe other big plenary ones. And another initiative that is happening also this Saturday that I invite you, if you want to come, are the innovation labs. With the same organization, we are doing innovation labs for youth. We are gathering people from all the different backgrounds here in Catalonia, for example. The last one was in Madrid. And we put all together in the same room, and through a design thinking process, and we have a question, how we can do politics more accessible for everyone. From this design thinking process, we analyze the problem, not bidirectional, if not a holistic approach, and we find solutions together, and then we try to put them in practice. And these are also another tool that you can do in your towns, these innovation labs. And if you want to come this Saturday in the morning, I have one, you can text me.
Thank you. That's a lot of promotion, Mr. Almendros. Thank you very much. So I think we've finished the discussion of this first session. It's now my pleasure to invite the Vice President and Regional Minister of the Government of Navarra to go to the lectern, for some closing remarks. Thank you. Mrs. Ana Ollo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. As a Vice President of Navarra, I want to express my thanks for the opportunity to speak here today at a seminar that addresses one of the challenges of today's society. Bueno, me toca el papel de resumir esta sesión de trabajo y la verdad no es fácil porque aquí se han abordado muchos aspectos de lo que realmente supone fortalecimiento de las democracias. A mí me ha gustado porque se ha hablado en positivo. A veces, siempre cuando hablamos de democracia, de la debilidad de las democracias, de los fascismos, del auge de la ultraderecha, de los fascismos, del negacionismo, se habla en negativo. Y aquí hoy lo que se ha presentado es prácticas o buenas prácticas o retos o desafíos en positivo. Entonces, en ese sentido, creo que es una sesión grata para quienes hemos estado escuchando. Decía el señor Koukas que estamos en un momento clave para Europa en donde las democracias están en juego y esto yo creo que este es el motivo de esta reflexión. Aquí se ha hablado de innovación democrática, de jóvenes, de envejecimiento, de redes, de bulos, de medios de comunicación, de transparencia, de inteligencia artificial, de valores democráticos, pero sobre todo de la oportunidad que nos da la cogobernanza en los diferentes niveles, ¿no? No solo niveles institucionales. Creo que la mayor parte de quienes aquí estamos en este en esta tarima, en este momento, somos representantes institucionales, sino también se ha hablado de ese ámbito del tercer sector, ¿no? De las ONGs, de las asociaciones, y eso es importante también para fortalecer la democracia. Bueno, la presidenta de la Asamblea de Córcega ha abordado especificidades de esas regiones que son insulares, ¿no? En donde decía que la cogobernanza multinivel es fundamental en una sociedad muy diversa y en donde hay que trabajar con la sociedad civil y con las asociaciones, ¿no? También la vicepresidenta de la Comisión del Mar del Norte hablaba de esa cogobernanza multinivel que hay que trabajar más a nivel local. Al final, las instituciones locales son quienes están más cercanas a la ciudadanía y quienes mejor conocemos los retos y desafíos de ella. La señora Sadi pues, nos ha traído esa perspectiva báltica, ¿no? Esa Rusia que aquí parece muy lejos, pero que evidentemente ellos la tienen al lado, y esas amenazas, incluso tecnológicas o sobre todo tecnológicas y digitales en estos momentos, que impiden, ¿no? Ese fortalecimiento de la democracia. Y ha hablado de medios de comunicación, de las minorías étnicas con las que también hay que trabajar, y ha hecho hincapié en dos aspectos que creo que son importantes, la resiliencia y la resistencia, ¿no? Y ha puesto en valor lo que llaman los consejos de juventud como forma de participar ese sector, ¿no? Tan alejado muchas veces de las democracias. La delegada del Gobierno de Quebec ha hecho una reflexión, desde luego, muy interesante, creo, para quienes estamos a este otro lado del océano. Ha hablado de la necesidad de gestionar nuestras competencias, cultura, educación, medio ambiente, pero sobre todo en esas políticas que tienen impacto real en la vida de los ciudadanos, ¿no? Aprender de la práctica cotidiana de esas políticas. Ha hablado de educación. Tenemos que educarnos también y educar para la democracia y en innovación democrática con esos territorios de Quebec como laboratorios donde se hacen procesos de gobernanza compartida. Y bueno, pues el único hombre de la mesa, el señor Almendros, que además representaba a los jóvenes, ¿no? A las jóvenes, bueno, pues él decía que los jóvenes sí están interesados en política, pero que hay que cambiar las formas y los nuevos canales. Hay que hacerlo de otra forma, ¿no? Hablaba, a mí me parece muy interesante, esos modelos híbridos y digitales con asambleas ciudadanas que pueden ser, por ejemplo, a partir de un móvil, ¿no? Un móvil que todos llevamos en la ESO. Bueno, realmente a mí me ha parecido muy interesante ese punto de vista, probablemente porque yo soy de una generación en que lo digital nos ha venido aprendido, no nos ha venido nativo, ¿no? Bueno, yo, ya que aprovecho la ocasión de estar aquí, creo que ante ese electo público, también para aportar mi granito de arena en este debate. Bueno, efectivamente estamos en un momento preocupante. Yo la semana pasada estuve en Argentina y en Chile y evidentemente pues son sociedades, ¿no? Muy políticas, muy politizadas, pero que evidentemente ahora mismo están, seguramente Chile también, en manos de la ultraderecha. Y evidentemente pues esas elecciones que han provocado ese avance de las ultraderechas, bueno, vienen motivadas por, desde luego, una insatisfacción de la propia sociedad, una sociedad cada vez más diversa, más líquida, como decía Bauman, ¿no? Y que, desde luego, al que no parece que estemos respondiendo, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que lo que es ese antisistema se está convirtiendo en antipolítica, y ese es el peligro, yo creo, que de las democracias, ¿no? Son tiempos preocupantes que, desde luego, creo, y esto es lo que aquí se hoy defendía, tienen que tener un enfoque local, es decir, una mirada global, pero con una gestión local. Eso es lo importante, yo creo, también de estas redes de alianzas que hoy aquí se hablaba, ¿no? De esa multigobernanza de regiones, estados, pero también de organizaciones, de asociaciones, de la propia ciudadanía. Tenemos que desactivar, desde luego, los focos de malestar y frustración ciudadana. Solo con el buenismo no se puede combatir. Yo también creo que los jóvenes están interesados en la política, pero también creo que tenemos que responder a lo que los jóvenes nos piden, a esos proyectos de vida que a veces son muy difíciles de hacer, ¿no? Porque necesitáis un proyecto de vida basado en la educación, en un empleo de calidad, una vivienda y ocio asequibles. En ese contrato social también nosotros os tenemos que contar que hemos llegado aquí a través de la lucha y la resistencia de muchas generaciones, que los derechos humanos no se han conseguido porque sí y que son muy fáciles de perderlos. Y yo creo que eso también tiene que ir al fortalecimiento de las democracias, ¿no? Y tampoco creo que tenemos que olvidarnos de todas esas clases medias, de esas personas con dificultades socioeconómicas que evidentemente también requieren ese contrato social, ¿no? Ese contrato social que de alguna forma reafirme la democracia. Bueno, yo creo que aquí se han planteado los bulos, las redes sociales, pero también se han planteado buenas prácticas, como digo. Yo, además de vicepresidenta y consejera de Acción Exterior, soy consejera de Memoria y Convivencia y siempre reivindico el valor de la memoria para no perder, un valor de futuro de la memoria. Y por eso digo, creo que es importante también para reforzar las democracias que a un nivel en la cogobernanza multilocal, multiregional, seamos también conscientes que tenemos que contar, que cuando hemos llegado hasta aquí era por una razón, porque hay muchas generaciones, muchas personas que han luchado durante muchos años por esos derechos laborales, sociales, económicos y que es muy fácil perderlos. Y creo que si implicamos a la ciudadanía en ese contrato social, seguramente las democracias serán más fuertes y, desde luego, ¿quién puede implicar a la ciudadanía? Las instituciones que estamos más cercanas a ellas. Eskerrik asko, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. This was a perfect close to the first session. Thank you very much to our 5 panelists. You are released and allowed to go back to your seats. And it is now my honor to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Augusti Fernandez de Losada Passols, who is the Secretary for European, Multilateral Affairs and Development Cooperation of the Generalitat de Catalonia. We're going to have a more informal session. Yeah? Yes. Secretary, can you give us the perspective of the host region, Catalonia?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by thanking our colleagues and the team from the CPMR and also my team, our team for the wonderful and timely organization of this seminar. I think it's a subject that it's very relevant for all of us, and it's a timely discussion. I would like to share some thoughts on how the redefinition of the global order is having an impact in democracy, but specifically in local democracy, and how it's having an impact and how we see this from our perspective in issues that are very relevant for us, like decentralization, like multi-level governance, and how, and here I've heard a wonderful concept on how resistance, places of resistance, resilience, coming from territories, coming from cities, from regions, is something relevant that we have to consider, that we have to observe and to analyze. Let me tell you that, and I'm going to shift a little bit, that using minority languages is a wonderful expression of democracy, and that is why, if you allow me, I'm going to shift into Catalan. I'm going to speak my own language, so I give you 1 minute to use the headphones. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bueno, moltes gràcies. La meva reflexió torna una mica a un anàlisi una mica macro sobre el que estem debatent. Hem discutit molt amb l'organització d'on el situàvem. Jo tenia un problema d'agenda i no podia estar a l'inici, que segurament pel que explicaré o per les meves reflexions hagués sigut el moment més adequat, però hem considerat que valia la pena posar-ho aquí al mig i situar alguns elements de reflexió que ens ajudaran en tot el seminari. Jo crec que coincidirem tots que vivim en un moment de crisis i de crisis múltiples. Hi ha qui parla des de l'acadèmia d'aquest concepte de permacrisis, crisi climàtica, la desigualtat segueix tenint un impacte brutal, assistim a a un moment de tensions geopolítiques, de competència tecnològica, de disrupció tecnològica. Se'ns fa difícil abordar, almenys en les generacions boomer com la meva, abordar el tema de la intel·ligència artificial i l'impacte que estan tenint a les nostres societats. Vivim un moment d'auge de l'autoritarisme i diria del nacionalisme excloent, America First. Això ho estem veient als Estats Units, però ho estem veient a Argentina, ara la vicepresidenta en parlava, ho estem veient a l'Argentina, malauradament és possible que ho veiem en breu a Xile, però també ho estem veient a Europa. Jo crec que és important que mirem cap a Europa, ho veiem a Hongria, ho veiem a Txèquia, ho veiem a Eslovàquia, ho veiem en països importants pel CPMR com és Turquia, o territoris més llunyans, la Rússia, Xina. Per tant, l'autoritarisme lligat al nacionalisme excloent és una realitat que està molt present en les nostres vides. Vivim, i s'ha parlat també d'un moment de polarització política, els pols estan ocupant la centralitat del debat polític. Vivim temps de desinformació, on la desinformació és un element molt rellevant. Vivim temps de malestar, de desafecció. A Europa es parla d'un concepte, i els que seguim la política regional, que ens sembla molt interessant, la geografia del descontent, on situem l'euroscepticisme, el descontent, el malestar en els nostres territoris, perquè crec que és molt rellevant tenir-ho en compte per elaborar política pública. Apareixen conceptes com els technoloords. L'altre dia un col·lega em parlava o em posava sobre la taula un concepte que em va espantar una mica, metafeudalisme, noves formes de feudalisme. Vivim temps preocupants, Si un mira les dades, i ara que hem tingut un debat interessant sobre la joventut, però hi ha un percentatge no menor, no només de joves, sinó de ciutadans i ciutadanes en general, que desconfien de la democràcia. I això, totes les anàlisis de l'Eurobaròmetre t'ho posen sobre la taula. Hi ha una desconfiança creixent, no només en la democràcia, sinó en el sistema públic i en els governs. Un toc positiu, em sembla, és que hi ha una confiança major en els governs territorials. Quan un parla de l'alcaldia, quan un parla dels governs regionals, quan un parla dels governs territorials, i això ho dic sobre la base de dades, la confiança és major. Per tant, aquesta proximitat de la política, aquesta proximitat en la democràcia local, esdevé un element rellevant que hem de tenir en compte. I aquí introdueixo aquest concepte que em sembla molt suggerent de la resistència democràtica des dels territoris, com des de governs subnacionals, governs locals, governs regionals, governs territorials, es pot exercir control democràtic i es pot exercir resistència davant d'aquest auge de posicions autoritàries i de polítiques excloents. En els darrers anys hem vist exemples molt interessants. N'hem tingut ara, des de la perspectiva dels participants. A mi deixeu-me que us en posi alguns que m'han semblat molt cridaners en els darrers anys. Durant l'època del Covid, els estats i les ciutats al Brasil van aconseguir el lockdown davant d'un president negacionista, Bolsonaro. Durant el primer mandat de Donald Trump als Estats Units, estats i regions van parar l'impacte de la sortida dels Estats Units de l'agenda climàtica del Pacte de París. Van refermar en pocs minuts després de la presa de possessió de Trump i que signés la seva sortida del Pacte de París, governadors i alcaldes van refermar que ells no sortien. També als Estats Units, durant el primer mandat de Trump, apareix el concepte de les ciutats i els estats santuaris. Ciutats i estats que es negaven a deportar migrants o refugiats. I a Europa teníem el concepte molt urbà i molt territorial de les ciutats refugi. Hem vist com ciutats i regions a Turquia, com ciutats i regions als països del Pacte de Visegrad confrontaven governs autoritaris, governs nacionalistes, governs excloents, apostant per la democràcia clarament. Però jo insisteixo que més enllà d'aquesta capacitat de resistència i d'aquesta capacitat d'exercir un control democràtic, la democràcia local està en risc. La democràcia local està amenaçada actualment. Ho hem vist a Tunísia, on el president tunisià va eliminar per decret, gairebé amb un tuit, tots els consells municipals. En el mateix temps ho vèiem a El Salvador, creuant, em sembla que va ser pràcticament la mateixa setmana, creuant 8.000 quilòmetres de distància amb un altre país on el president del país eliminava, passava els municipis de 260 a 50 i, oh casualitat, aquests 50 municipis, 47 eren del seu partit. Per tant, va destruir aquesta capacitat de controlar. Ho hem vist actualment als Estats Units, amb el segon govern Trump, o a l'Argentina, com s'està amenaçant a governadors, s'està enviant l'exèrcit. A Califòrnia, a Chicago, s'està amenaçant a governadors i a alcaldes. Hem vist les amenaces que presidents com Orbán estan llançant sobre les capitals, sobre Budapest, ha passat a Polònia, per sort ja no passa tant, amb Varsòvia, per tant a les ciutats han configurat una plataforma molt interessant que es diu el Pacte de les Ciutats Lliures, on estan apostant per la democràcia. Clarament hem vist com han empresonat l'alcalde d'Istanbul, Imamoglu, que està fa uns quants mesos a la presó per reclamar democràcia en un estat que l'està perdent. Per tant, la qüestió aquí, i amb això acabo, per tant, la qüestió aquí crec que és debatre com podem reaccionar, com podem fer front des de governs com el nostre, un govern com el de la Generalitat, una organització com el CPMR, totes les regions que estan presents, què podem fer per aturar això o per gestionar, per efectivament ser llocs de resistència, ser llocs de resiliència democràtica. Aquí penso que la connexió amb la ciutadania és clau, i aquí torno als joves, la connexió amb la ciutadania, amb els joves, la participació ciutadana és un element clau, però no només. Jo crec que hem de treballar també amb els actors socioeconòmics, amb la societat civil, hem de treballar amb les universitats, m'ha agradat molt que el jove a més fos professor d'una universitat, hem de treballar amb el sector privat, pel sector privat la democràcia també és rellevant. I sobretot hem de posar sobre la taula l'agenda de la descentralització. En els darrers anys hem perdut de vista aquesta agenda. L'agenda de la descentralització de la democràcia local, ens hem focalitzat en les solucions, com abordem solucions al canvi climàtic, com abordem solucions a la digitalització, una mica el solucionisme. Jo crec que hem de tornar a l'agenda democràtica, que hem de tornar a l'agenda de la descentralització, parlar de Multilevel Governance, parlar de descentralització fiscal, de com utilitzem els recursos, i per fer-ho hem de sumar forces. I aquí les xarxes juguen un paper fonamental, xarxes com la nostra juguen un paper clau i d'altres. Aquí hem d'aprofitar tots els espais disponibles, a Europa, al Comitè de les Regions, al Consell d'Europa, amb les nostres relacions amb la Comissió, amb el Parlament, amb el Consell, amb els Estats membres. Ho hem de fer a Nacions Unides, ho hem de fer en espais com el G20. El G20 és un espai de poder, ens hi hem de vincular i tractar d'incidir i hem d'apostar per una reforma del sistema multilateral perquè sigui més inclusiu, perquè ser inclusiu implica ser més democràtic. Crec que amb això, i amb això acabo, que tenim ens hi estem jugant molt, hi ha molt en joc, hi ha molt en joc pels nostres territoris, hi ha molt en joc per a Europa, jo crec que hem de reaccionar, hem de posar solucions sobre la taula i la veritat que és en aquest context saludo la iniciativa del Consell d'Europa, aquest pacte democràtic per a Europa que em sembla una iniciativa molt rellevant. Moltes gràcies.
Merci. Thank you very much. You've now deserved a coffee break. I propose that we break until 4:30. Please be back on time for two very interesting interactive sessions. Thank you very much for your attention.
You're not like the other one. You just wanna go slow, sit still and come undone. In the meantime, you wanna have some fun. Oh, you say you have to fall apart to really be someone. There's nothing else to do here but kiss under the stars. I like you just the way you are. There's nothing else to do here but fall into your arms. I like you just the way you are. 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 I like you just the way you are. I like you just the way you are. Just the way you are. Just the way you are. I like you. There's nothing else to do here. Let's jump into your car. I like you just the way you are. There's nothing else to do here but fall into your arms. I like you just the way you are.
But I don't think. I think.
They seem to be saying we should
Start. Yeah. Shall we start? I propose that we start our second session, an interactive session that will build on the first session, a very interesting first session, and the discussions that I'm sure you have had during the coffee break. This interactive session will be divided into 3 parts that align with the 3 pillars of the new democratic pact for Europe. We will have a Slido survey and debate with a number of questions and multiple choice answers, and we encourage you to actually rank your answers by order of priority. You will see a QR code appear on the screen very soon, and I would ask you to scan that QR code when it appears on the screen. I'm here with Jeff Lovett, who is an expert of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, and he will take us through the questions for each pillar of the Democratic Pact. I will then give you time afterwards to have a discussion once we have had the 2 questions relating to each pillar. So I believe the QR code is going to appear soon.
While it's coming, I think I have a kind of a question which is related to inclusion. We have the questions in English. I can read them all out, including the multiple choice answers for translation. But if everybody in the room actually reads and understands English, we can save the time of me reading that. But could you please flag, maybe put your hand up if you need it translated? Or if you all understand English, then we don't need to. Please don't be shy, because we don't want to exclude people. Okay, I think we don't need to translate it, but flag it, let us know if that's wrong. So have you been able to scan the code? And you should see the first question. So the first question, there'll be 2 questions on the first pillar, which is learning and practicing democracy. One of the questions is on approaches to citizen engagement, and one is on multi-level governance and potential for cooperation across different levels. And we will see from the screen how many people have answered, so we'll know we can go to some of the answers. What you'll see there with the multiple choices is ideas about potential approaches. We heard in the morning some things were mentioned, like participatory budgeting, youth councils. We also had it was from Francesc, the idea of new channels. I explored that a bit with him over the coffee break as well. So it's kind of, what particular approaches do you think would be useful? And you can, it depends on your phone, but you can hold down and move your answers around in priority. Or you can just choose them in your order initially. But if you feel you want to change the order, I think on some phones it goes blue or something. Other phones you just press down and move around. I'm sure you're more tech savvy than an old guy like me, so most of you will probably work it out. We've only had 3 responses so far on the first, so we'll give you a bit more time there. But again, while other people are answering, please do think about which of those answers, which of the multiple choice options resonated most for you. And feel free to challenge them. They really are kind of, it's to encourage a bit of blue sky thinking. Maybe you think something, but really there's something missing there. And you feel it needs to go further, or there needs to be something a bit more original, a bit more innovative. And there is also the option of selecting other. If you select other, we would then invite you to say what approaches you actually would like to see. I think we have 21 answers. Should we give it maybe another minute?
Yes.
Yeah.
5 people ranking, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can close. Could we see the results? Ah, 2 people. So quite a lot of answers for all the different options. Maybe the youth councils.
Yes. Youth councils with a focus on specific priority issues seems to have received most of the votes, and citizenship education programs in schools. Shall we move to the...
Do we move down and see how many were other? Because we have more answers on that. We have more options.
No.
This is, I think, separate for...
Yes.
Brilliant.
A few for other. Would anybody like to take the floor to explain why they chose other and what they were thinking about? No, maybe we can do that in the discussion that will follow the second question. I think we can now have the second question, Jeff.
Sure. Yeah. If we can, I think, yeah. So this is looking at multi-level governance challenges, which again.
Your microphone.
Oh, sorry. So again, we're looking at multi-level governance challenges and really what sort of collaboration are the different kind of approaches to collaboration which you would see as most effective? Could it be pilots? Could it be joint advocacy for regional interests? There was quite a few of the speakers in the morning were saying it's very important to really stress whether it's decentralization or stress the need for kind of more, whether it's financial resources, but also whether it's possible to have a seat at the table more often, whether it's at the national or the European level. Could there be kind of more innovative approaches like citizens' assemblies, which are joint across territories? Could it be inter-regional platforms? So you'll see there, we've already got one answer. And you'll see, yeah, some of those options, but please do put other if you have your own ideas, because I think we'd really like to explore in the discussion either your suggestions or if you feel partly attracted to some of the suggestions there, talk through how you feel that they might work, how they could be adapted to different contexts. And by all means, also when we have the discussion, I mean, I think it's maybe worth me putting the questions about what you might want to discuss. If you could think through, are there practices that you already have been piloting or putting into place which perhaps are not well known, not known about, because there is the feeling that we need to try new things, be more innovative, but maybe some innovation is happening and others need to learn from that, or others can adapt it to different contexts. And also, please think in that for the discussion, what is distinctive about peripheral maritime regions? Is there something which perhaps doesn't necessarily resonate or isn't being practiced elsewhere? Are there different needs? Are there different kind of contexts that need to be addressed? And again, is the particular practice that you're already trying out, which might A, be useful to try out in other maritime regions, and B, elsewhere? It doesn't, of course, the fact that the ideas have originated here doesn't mean they're not applicable elsewhere. We've had 30 respondents. We'll give it another minute. Great. Maybe we can close it and see the answers.
Joint advocacy, shared and coordinated pilots. And one other. So, joint advocacy for regions' interests at national level seems to be the first choice, and then the second is shared or coordinated pilots in democratic innovation across regions. So we now have time for a discussion about Pillar 1 and the 2 questions. Would anyone like to take the floor to maybe explain why they chose why they made one choice, whether you have practical examples of youth councils or of citizenship education programs, and if you selected other, what are these other ideas that you would propose? Like to
But maybe also, I mean, again, I mean, by all means, if you could share with us some initiatives that you have been involved in or that you feel worked, or even ones that you feel made a start but need further development. So I think it's, you know, we're not expecting perfect solutions yet, but ideas, innovation, but also, I mean, are there particular areas, like I think one was joint citizens' assemblies on common challenges. Which challenges do you feel would fit that? And we heard from Francesca in the morning that perhaps these should be hybrid. Maybe we could have hybrid citizens' assemblies to reach out to people. And how important is that? How distinctive would that be for peripheral regions where perhaps populations might be, you know, away from large centers? Maybe it's easier to have deliberative events done online. I don't want to put everything into your minds or mouths, but just that type of thinking. So whoever would like to speak. And please say you feel that these suggested answers really missed the point, and you feel that there are better approaches. Ah, great, we have someone.
Hello, it's me again, but I'm going to refer to a conversation we had during the coffee break. Of course, for instance, if you initiate territorial impact assessments methods, it's very important to engage with communities on islands or wherever it is, mountain regions or in cities and so on. On the other hand, we also talked about the balance, because we elect our politicians, and they are there also to safeguard that not only those with strong voices are heard during these occasions. So it's a bit of a delicate balance, and so the framework must be very, how shall I say, clear cut, you know, so everyone knows the rules of the game in this. And it would be interesting to hear someone to talk a little about if there are any experiences, you know, in engaging with citizens and still, you know, safeguarding all the interests of all citizens, even those who lack a strong voice.
Would anybody like to accept that challenge? Give practical examples?
I'm just wondering, I mean, Francesca isn't here, but I caught him at the coffee break, and I know what he was talking about, the need for new channels. And actually, when I pursued it with him, he meant not just a channel to communicate, but perhaps even a channel where young people would understand much more about who else is involved in the decision making. When are the decisions being taken? What are the points in the policy cycle at which different people can intervene? And his vision, I think, was to have an app which would do all of that, and maybe at some point also mean that people wouldn't have to go to a polling station, that you could have, as long as it's really secure, everyone could be voting online. It could also perhaps enliven local referenda, that really they might not have to be decision ones, but advisory ones, because it wouldn't be such an effort for people to participate in them. But the other thing is taking away the kind of face-to-face contact might be one of the downsides of that. Do people feel that when you're trying to engage citizens that there has to be the face-to-face contact? Or do we have to kind of try and meet everybody in the way that they want? So some people want to be involved, they want to have their voice heard. Other people just want to know who else is acting, and very occasionally they might want to make their voice heard. Do you feel that there are examples already of that type of outreach, not just young people, but also to the elderly? Because the point has been made that we have population changes and that more and more people are pensioners, senior citizens, and different strategies are going to be needed to reach them. Maybe people have some suggestions, ideas? People are getting tired.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so far back, I need to rise up, I think. Thank you. And this is just an example from Iceland, actually, that I've heard about. So it's not my own. I'm from the west coast of Norway, in Møre og Romsdal region. And the thing there is that you can sit anywhere in the whole of Iceland if you have a government job. And I think that is a possibility for several countries to consider now that remote working itself has become, well, less of a bother. And it could really help giving the national governments kind of a feel for what's actually going on in the districts, as well as being, of course, a decentralizing effort. So that is a practice, I think, well, I am curious about, and that perhaps others should consider as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeff, have you noted that? Yes. All these contributions will serve as inputs into the new democratic pact for Europe. So please, you know, we're very keen to hear about your experience, your proposals, solutions, so that we really have a set of recommendations that are workable and actionable for the Council of Europe. Yes. This is Nuro. Ah, there.
Thank you. One aspect what I was thinking from a systemic point of view that relates to the Commission's proposed new multi-annual financial framework is that if and does it, this proposed new structure, does it run a risk of hampering multi-level governance and therefore also possibly even local or regional democracy and democratic processes? Because they, a little bit what we've been looking into it from our region's point of view, and we fear that it might actually ignite additional and unneeded political havoc and infighting between different levels of governance, mainly and namely regional and national levels, and that is it is a sort of larger systemic challenge or a problem that might be in this proposed new structure. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you just explain briefly what that structural change is that raises the fears? Yeah.
Well, for instance, from our point of view, as said, I come from northern Finland, and for Finland and Sweden, we have this 1994 EU accession treaty, where our so-called northern sparsely populated areas, namely, which means basically Arctic regions, we have received an extra allocation in the EU budget that is actually crucial for the development of our regions, and that allocation has helped maintain regional structures in particular and innovation mechanisms, whether it be in our universities or vocational training schools, etc., to address the challenges that we have. That is, we have sparsely populated regions, long distances to markets, certain kind of lack of institutional capacity that is a result of those factors that we are very sparsely populated regions, and therefore also to a certain extent lack of capital for innovation, which might seem sort of contradictory in the overall picture of Nordic countries, where we are often regarded as a very innovative part of the world. But there is always another side to the coin as well. And this dedicated extra allocation that we have had since 1990s for the NSPA criteria, when it's diluted in the new post-27 proposal, it's not in the regulation, and for us, for instance, it's de facto means, it can mean even substantial, even up to €2 billion loss for the funding that we've so far gotten for over 30 years. And of course, with the money, it brings the possibilities with it. And this is the kind of thinking that, or analysis that we've been deliberating on, whether this new MFF structure might bring to us. Thanks. Was I able to answer to your question?
No, that's great, but it also suggests, I think it came out earlier, the idea that sparsely populated regions, territories should be represented better in the EU budget decision making, which is exactly your point.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think we can move to the second pillar, and the first question relating to the second pillar, Jeff.
Yes, so the second pillar is protecting democracy, and again we have two questions. The first on the challenges to democracy. So what you see as the most pressing challenges, I mean, it could be climate change, which has been mentioned a lot. It could be floods, energy, economic security, cyber attacks, disinformation, and that could be, again, maybe we can explore what the disinformation dangers are. Again, disinformation can be about climate change, it can be about migration, which has come up a lot. It could be natural disasters. And I think another thing which often comes up is the algorithm-driven social media, which again is distorting whether it's misinformation as well as disinformation. Others might be, the dearth, the lack of local quality media at local or regional level. Others, again, it could be just the legislation doesn't fit, or law enforcement methods don't fit, or corruption and the perception of corruption. So people are already answering, which is great. But again, please choose other if you think there are other challenges which are not included there, or that they should be emphasized more. Like, for instance, we've included there in a disinformation threat, immigration, but maybe immigration's impact or perceived impact on socioeconomic situation might also be something to address. We know that's the subject of many polarized debates, whether it's taking away local jobs, but there's also the other spin, that perhaps integration could be working better so that people become an active part of the workforce, contributing to the economy. I don't know if you've seen, like in the UK at the moment, they're talking about having 20 years for asylums to be integrated. Well, that's not going to help them be kind of perceived as productive and useful, because they're going to be nervous that they're going to be kicked out constantly, and they might not set up a family, they might not set up a business. So there's so many different factors, and some of them are based around perceptions. So please don't just feel that you have to agree with the suggestions there. They're just some ideas to kick off some thinking. We've had 25, that's good. Maybe we should stop, because I think active poll means nobody's...
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
Oh, Give it another minute then, yeah.
No.
Okay. Can we close that one? See the answers?
So disinformation, especially on specific topics, and lack of responsiveness by public authorities to citizens' needs and legitimate expectations. And algorithm-driven social media would come third. This is important because even if, you know, we are going to take on board the majority choices in this report. So thank you very much for that. A few of you have answered other. If ever you would like to take the floor, please show me. If not, we will launch the second question relating to the second pillar. Jeff.
The second question is on democratic standards and integrity. So what can local and regional authorities do to strengthen democracy? The answers there include address socioeconomic inequalities. And again, I think, let's remember these pillars overlap, which is why I was talking about them earlier. Socioeconomic inequalities are relevant to different pillars. But the other answers are voter education, campaign finance reform to ensure there's more transparency, a level playing field. But then different engagement strategies. It could be around municipal plans. It could include surveys, citizens' assemblies, or citizens' panels. Another one, which again is linked to the challenges, is strengthening emergency planning. Not just natural disasters, but it can also be cyber attacks, which we're seeing more and more of across Europe, particularly linked to the, well, obviously it's coming from Russia. And the other suggestion there is to harness AI. It came out, I think again, it was Francesc in the morning, that let's not just talk about the negatives about AI. The potential, the opportunities there are huge. And I think we can really think through how that can be used to strengthen democratic standards and integrity. And again, it could be increasing transparency. It could be making citizens more aware of how decisions are being made, as well as knowing the conflicts of interest, hopefully, of elected officials. And again, please use the other button if you have other suggestions. We'll give maybe one more minute.
Yes. I think we can show the answers.
Yep.
So addressing socioeconomic inequalities would be one of the preferred solutions. Inclusive engagement strategies around multi-year plans, local referenda, citizens' assemblies, surveys of citizens' needs, and voter education would be the top three choices. And one or two have selected other. Jeff, I think we can have the discussion on Pillar 2.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I mean, I think that obviously the second question has been more about solutions, but we can also discuss the first, the challenges. But again, is there something that's really not even on the agenda, or is not being given the resources that's needed? Or, I think the point from Finland, that it's under threat because budget cuts are really affecting everybody everywhere. Or again, is there something that's just not being tried, or key ingredients are missing to make a particular approach effective enough? And again, I think as with the first pillar questions, is this something where more cooperation between different regions or different levels is needed, say on setting common standards or setting good practice? or even pooling resources. This is something we had a consultation event in Brussels, and one thing that came up on disinformation was it would really be beneficial to pool resources, both in terms of the know-how, but also the technology, so it would also be economic pooling of resources. So, open to you, to your ideas, suggestions. And I mean, I see the top answer there was inclusive engagement strategies. Could you give us an idea whether you think approaches taken in your locality are really addressing the challenges, or whether you feel more is needed, or are there ideas you would like to learn from others about engagement strategies they have used? We heard a few examples about reaching out to youth earlier. We haven't heard, I think, so much about how to reach the elderly, the biggest demographic growth group. People didn't drink enough coffee in the coffee break, I think.
Should we turn to the third pillar?
Yeah, really no. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Mrs. Nuro.
In Finland, probably the most enthusiast group who vote are the elderly people. I don't know if this is the same issue in other countries, but with us, they are the most, safest and most secure voters that we have. And for instance, in my political party that I represent, we actually benefit from the fact that the age group that supports my party, they always guarantee, you could almost say that they almost guarantee a certain level of support to the party in any elections, whether it's local, regional, or national or EU elections. And we've actually won at least 5 elections, largely due to a very loyal voter base that we have. And the very core of that voter base in Finland is actually it's within this demographic change where there is a huge number of or increasing number of elderly people in the voter base. Thanks.
And why do you think that is the case in Finland? Do you work with that demographic group more, or?
No, well, I represent the party that I represent, Kokoomus. It's a center-right party. We are sort of moderately conservative. It's probably the value base that sort of many people in that age group can also adhere to and relate to. That's probably the reason. And then on the other hand, my party, for instance, has been very strong advocate for certain like defense policy issues, for instance, like my party was the first party in Finland who started to actively advocate, for instance, for NATO membership. And so, for instance, in particular now during the past elections, in past 5 years, and with Russia's attack on Ukraine, we've been able to benefit from that, from this certain kind of advocacy work that we started already in the 1990s in support of changing a little bit the security political orientation that we had in the past towards sort of more Western focused or emphasized approach. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. The gentleman thank you.
Hello, I'm Victor Tevez. I'm from North Portugal. And I believe that we have a huge challenge, several challenges really, because we have the elderly. There is no connection between the parties, the political parties. So there is no activity, there is no, I would say, disengagement between, the citizen that citizenship, the local, problems that should be solved at the local level, everybody should be involved. And there is this connection between the parties. The parties are close to the society. So regarding, the young people, they are very, so this is also a communication problem. They are very receptive to the communication by the extremists, the right-wing parties, because they manage the social network very well. And also I think there is this huge problem because everything is taken for granted. So we have 50 years of democracy. We are on the 1st of January, we are going to do 40 years of European Union integration. And I'm 52 and I remember what my country was 40 years ago, absolutely. And what it has become. But people take everything for granted. So at the communication level, this is very important to stress the evolution that we have. So democracy is also, like I say, how we were and how we are now. And European Union is not only about the money, it was about the rules, the regulation, the good regulations in terms of security, health, the work environment, everything. So, but these things are taken for granted. So democracy is also taken for granted. So there should be made something, to engage citizens and try to remember them how we were 40 years ago with our, people couldn't read more than, 50 years ago, I would say in Portugal, this is my colleague, 30%, quantas pessoas não sabiam ler? 30 anos atrás. Well, 15% of people couldn't read and write in Portugal. Now it's everybody can, so it's really about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, and again, the thing about both of you touched on young people and elderly, and I think I remember when they had the elections in Slovakia a couple of years ago, and there was a big campaign to get out the youth vote. But the youth were split down the middle. They didn't vote in the center at all. They were all either for the very progressive party or for the extremist parties. But actually, that was also true of the elderly. And they have you have what's called the Billa Supermarket Grannies Facebook groups, who are out there spreading disinformation. And it seems that the susceptibility to disinformation, the youth and the elderly are two of the biggest target groups. And I actually think in some countries it's the elderly who are a lot more susceptible because young people might have had media literacy training. And they are a bit more savvy with what's going on online. And I'm wondering whether some more exchange between youth and the elderly would work better, particularly at the local level. Perhaps, as you say, the young people would learn more about the history, how it was without democracy. And the young people could be teaching the old people how to do with internet security, how to protect themselves from scams. They could also be helping their family about how to deal with threats, online harassment and threats, because they might be targets of it, but they're also probably the best equipped to block them. So I think we could maybe be giving people a bit more responsibility, saying, yeah, children actually know more about this than we do. And likewise, they can learn from the elderly about the values of democracy, whether it's Spain, Portugal, fairly recent democracies, or of course, the newer EU members from the post-communist countries. Well, we just had a couple of days ago, the 17th of November, which is the anniversary of the Velvet Revolution in Czech Republic and Slovakia. So I think maybe those would be areas. But I don't want to talk, please.
Thank you very much. I will do a spoiler of the next session, but I think it's timely because I'm a journalist professor, and president of the NGO Learn to Check of media literacy, and we are doing that. We are doing intergenerational workshops of media literacy between young people and the elderly. So we teach young people how to verify information online. Then they have to share this knowledge with the elderly, and then we put them, young people and the elderly, with verification challenges. They need to collaborate. So the elderly are learning how to use Google Lens or things like that. But then when you have, for example, an image and you have to say which image is that, and you have, for example, an image of the Berlin Wall, the elderly start explaining history like nobody else can to young people, and they start working and they start talking, and this is to put young people and the elderly who are now in different sphere, who are now isolated, they don't exchange, you put them together, and you are putting this, you are creating again these necessary boundaries. So, and we are doing that in libraries.
Thank you. Thank you for this very good example. I think in a way that's maybe a good transition to Pillar 3.
So Pillar 3 is innovating for democracy. And the first question really is to look at different forms of deliberative democracy. Which tools would be most valuable to strengthen citizens' engagement? So please take a look, and again, take them with a pinch of salt. Some of them are, one, they're future mapping assemblies. I've been involved in different kind of, you get people together in a particular community and you get them to kind of map how they see the future, perhaps, of public spaces going forward, and it's something where you can bring in people from local businesses, people you can bring in schools, etc. And it's a good way of addressing the socio-economic impact. Others might be digital town halls, and again, thinking through how to access marginalized, or I guess peripheral communities. Others are, mobile democracy initiatives, which could be information kind of road shows, different information booths going around. Then again, participatory budgeting and online or virtual citizens' assemblies. And I think participatory budgeting, there are ways to innovate that still, and certainly school participatory budgeting was, I think somebody was touching on that earlier, is another way of overlapping and really making young people more involved. And that thing again about decision-making power, that people don't want to just participate, they want to feel that they're actually influencing decisions. And you can do that, I think there are cases where youth councils have been assigned 5% or a particular percentage of the local budget, so that they really do have impact. Others, it's more deliberative. I know in Paris they had the thing where you had a permanent citizens' assembly, which was actually setting the agenda, defining what the priorities are, which would then go to participatory budgeting decision-making. So these are just, again, some ideas just for you to get you kind of kickstart some thinking, so that you can think, again, is a deliberative tool useful for the challenges that you feel you address most? And again, there's the tie-in that, for instance, deliberative approaches like citizens' assemblies really work on having de-biased, non-biased information, trying to take away the influence of disinformation so that people get really expert analysis in an accessible way explained to them, and take away the kind of the partisan, the kind of social media bubbles and the polarization. How we got? 31, I think we're nearly there.
Can we show the results? 34. So online virtual citizens' assemblies, connecting multiple areas of public interest, and mobile democracy initiatives, information booths, information events. That's quite interesting, and it ties in a way with what was said during the first session. So thank you for that. And I propose we move to the second question.
So the second question is on building trust through engagement, and which approaches would most strengthen trust in democratic decision making. And again, really thinking what is most useful, what would work best in your region. I'm still, for me, I'm very curious, what are the peculiarities of, say, maritime regions, which don't really register in others. One is sparse populations. Are there other areas where trust is breaking down? Is it because of the demographics? Is it because of remote decision-making, that you feel decision-making is taken too far away? But again, you know, the answers here, we're looking at things like, could there be kind of more planning on climate adaptation with citizens? Could it be kind of more focusing on economic inequalities? But again, through kind of participation of more and more stakeholder groups, and again, at the earliest stage possible in decision-making, because I think one of the things which really turns people off is being shared a policy which is at a very advanced stage, and it's too late and they've missed the most important questions. Because very often the best thing to do is to start with a listening approach, because you might find that the real problems, the real questions, are ones that you as politicians or administrators haven't really thought through, and that if you do the listening, you would actually hear what the real problems are. And again, we've got cultural heritage initiatives. It could be emergency systems for preparing against natural disasters and others. Again, things where if it really doesn't work, people think, well, what on earth is government for? If they can't manage the floods, I mean, of course, you can't manage all forces of nature, but they at least felt that they had been consulted in the preparations, they knew what to do, whether it's to evacuate or try and protect the buildings or ensure that they have insurance policies in place. There are so many different aspects where that kind of preparation and consultation would make a big difference. Give it one more minute.
Yes.
No.
No.
No, we don't.
Yes. So, innovation hubs that attract young people and new residents is now second. And nope, is now third. So the first choice is emergency preparedness systems that build in engagement of local and regional stakeholders, which is probably what you were talking about, Jeff. It might have influenced the answers. And then economic diversification strategies developed with participation of young people, residents associations, and business associations. And I think we have one more question, don't we, for this third pillar? So,
if we go straight to the final question. So this is more about looking at impact. I'm not expecting everybody to have strong opinions on how to measure impact, but it is important. You know, again, how do you evaluate democratic innovations? So would you do that because you see more turnout in local elections, more participation, voter turnout? Would it be you would generate it through surveys, measuring satisfaction, which I think is very key, not just in local authorities as a whole, but in different services, different provision of services? Would it be better representation of maritime community interests, of diverse communities? Would it be enhanced ability to influence regional and national policies? Would it be stronger community resilience and social cohesion? And again, obviously, you'd have to have measures in place for that. Some of these are concepts. Haven't gone into detail on exactly how you would measure everything. Obviously, you'd need to have indicators. Yeah, we'll give maybe one more minute, and then
yep,
we shall have a final discussion on Pillar 3 to wrap up.
Should we show the results? So, measuring democratic innovation success by increased voter turnout and civic participation rates, and survey data demonstrating improved satisfaction with local and regional government services. and stronger community resilience and social cohesion seem to be the three top answers to this question. So shall we have a discussion on pillar 3?
We don't need to just discuss question 3, but I mean, if you have ideas from the first 2 questions, what are the policy decisions or processes where we need more innovation? What do you think has worked? Or are new approaches needed? New forms of engagement? Do we need permanent citizens' assemblies, for instance? Do we need more directly elected mayors? Do we need to put youth in charge of spending a percentage of the annual budget? Any thoughts? I think, this third pillar really is about innovation, so I think feel free to really think big, think completely different, think about how AI is going to save everybody, because we don't have to do anything anymore, we can just sip cocktails and enjoy life. And again, I think what came out in the opening speeches was that the new democratic pact for Europe really does want to find new ways of doing things. It's not just about renewal, it really is about life and the technological framework we live in is changing so rapidly, and like it came out that a master's degree does not give you any guarantee of work, because AI can probably do most of those jobs. Do we need to really rethink citizenship, rethink education? And are there innovative ways we can bring everybody into the conversation to shape that before it's too late? Because it's a turning point. Maybe we've got to the turning point where polarization and bubbles have taken over. But maybe we're also at a turning point where the work, the environment in which people work, the type of work available for the next generation is something we really don't know. Maybe we need a lot of philosophers and artists to make sense of the world. I'm rabbiting on again because I can't see any hands. Wonderful.
Thank you. Well, I'm just thinking out loud because I don't have any proposal, but reflections. So when we think about innovation, we try to be like modern. We think about digitalization, and I really consider and believe that we have to go back to basics. I feel blessed because I'm a bridge generation, so I still remember, no phones. I still remember using Walkmans. I still remember that I had to wait till Wednesdays to see my favorite series. And now we have everything. We are overstimulated by information, by everything. And sometimes I found myself like in a place that I don't feel comfortable, because I remember my times when I was a teenager or a child, and now I'm a completely different person because of this kind of how technology is changing rapidly. So when you were talking about thinking of new ways of having these conversations, inviting everyone, I think the other day we had this conversation with our interns, that with AI, we have everything is very easy, but we're losing critical thinking. Now is the time to take into account and take advantage of the fact that we still have elderly people and people who grew up without internet, without technologies, without AI. So if we mix everyone and we just discuss how new technologies are advancing that rapidly, that we are losing our critical thinking, I think that would be even more innovative than AI or new technologies.
Thank you. That was very thought-provoking.
Would anybody like to? Yep.
bruit. Is it working?
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't seem to me. I just like to enlighten that I'm completely agreed with and I'm much older than she is, so my I remember the phones with something to do it by hand. My son doesn't even know what it is, that it is a phone, right? I just would like to enlighten something that it's at the same level, the different culture in the diversity of the European Union. How can we try to agglomerate the 27 countries the same way? Because when I hear Finland talking, and I also remember Iceland very well. I remember Iceland almost put in jail the politicians that made the bankruptcy in 2007. But they have 200,000 people, right? But that's but they have the democracy more enlightened that I'd ever seen or ever read it about it, because I've never been there. And in my point of view, and I'm from Portugal, there is a huge difference between South countries and North countries. How do you? This is more like a challenge, like a highlight of how can you write something for such a diverse culture? You name it, cultural, is it cultural? I don't know, we have to call the philosophers. Thank you.
Norway, no, Iceland, or no, Norway, you're right.
Yes. Yeah, hi again. We were curious about the second question about trust. We didn't find any of the option on our bench very reasonable, and I think a lot of it has to do with the conversation I also had in the pause and the break. We need to be honest about the state of things. We are headed towards demographic shifts. Services will need to be lessened in some way, at least changed considerably, and still we find ourselves troubled by speaking openly about it, right? And that goes for administrations as well as politicians. So I'm thinking honesty and daring to be honest and forthcoming is a key, which is perhaps a traditional thought as well, but one that we can innovate on in different ways. So that's just a perspective and a reflection from my end of things. Also, with the AI, you get more time to meet people, which is key. That's perhaps the primary, skill we will be needing in the future. So use that time to actually meet citizens, especially in those really troubling issues. Set up times, meetings with target groups, local communities, as a regional government perhaps especially. Make room and make them feel heard and then actually be considered. I think those are our keys, yeah.
Can I just check when you say the need to be honest, you were talking about particular contexts like the economic problems and cuts being needed?
Economic as well. It can be really precise as well. We are a really small rural region at the west coast of Norway, and currently we are at the end of, reducing our upper secondary vocational training and school offers, right? Which is hard for certain local communities. But the truth is we are getting 1,700 pupils less in those small areas, in the next 15 years. You can't have that many schools. We have to do something, And it's hard for politicians to take these issues and discuss them openly because it's not popular issues, right? So then we, being a civil servant, are kind of needing to be open and provide the information transparently to the politicians as a first, and then we need to meet the target groups that need to hear it and actually understand it, because it's kind of something you can't shy away from. You need to be open about it address it and let people be heard and then, of course, answer in due. So I think we need to be brave in tackling these issues because they won't disappear. We need to tackle them.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid not only am I a moderator, but I'm a timekeeper, and we are running dangerously late. So if you agree, Jeff, No, I wondered whether you wanted to close this second session.
I'll have a little summary later, but I mean, I think the answers we will definitely be studying in detail, and on different areas we have had different inputs. And I think that last one, for instance, reminded me of the kind of gamification used to visualize budget choices. I remember in Prague, the local municipality did a kind of vote, what would you want to cut and what would you want to keep? And you'd type in your answers and you'd see, you know, the budget's going up and down. Would you want a new metro station? Would you want a new school? And so people would see, yeah, there are trade-offs. And I think what you're saying is, yeah, having a frank discussion with people, including making accessible ways so that they understand there are trade-offs here. Doesn't mean they're going to be happy with the answers, but at least they know that there are tough choices had to be made and that they were actually consulted in it. I think that's very, very important. In the end, you're going to have solutions to how you're going to revise the education system, how you're going to have maybe it's offline schooling, or better transportation so that people can attend a smaller number of schools. But I think those sorts of real practical examples are really what we need to hear. So it was great to hear that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff. We now move to the last and third session, where we will talk about the opportunities and challenges of digital information, the impact of AI. Can I ask our three panelists to come and join me? So Mr. Paulius Kolosovas first, Mr. Caraballo de Leon, and Mrs. Nereida Carrillo. So in this third session, young people, of course, navigate the online world in many respects naturally and instinctively, but of course they are also the targets of disinformation. Not only young people, in fact, as Jeff was saying earlier, targets of disinformation and of anti-democratic narrative. So in the course of this third session, we will hear from a youth perspective from Lithuania, from the perspective of the government of the Canary Islands, and then I will hand over to Mrs. Carrillo, who will take us through the interactive session, despite the spoiler that you raised earlier. Mr. Paulius Kolosovas, you are a youth delegate from Lithuania, yes, with the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. What is your perspective of digital information, AI, and the risk of disinformation?
I think that, okay, it's like really, really great question to start thinking about this all digital time slot that we are living right now. But maybe from personal point of view, I mean, like, I'm really, really young person. I'm just like, 19 years old, which is like really, really newer generation, not like, older generation where there were like no phones, no internet, nothing. So I think that I have like really different point of view on this. But from my perspective, I think that digital age can be a bit more beneficial than harmful for all of us if we are using it like wisely, if we understand how to use these tools correctly, and we can build like our democracies, our like, I don't know, we can save human rights, we can save our, I don't know, elections maybe even while using artificial intelligence. So I think that will be my answer.
Thank you. I saw actually that you were often the quickest to answer the Slido surveys. Mr. Octavio Caraballo de Leon, you are the Vice Regional Minister of the President's Cabinet of the Canary Islands Government. What is your perspective of digital information, in particular with your background in journalism?
Bueno,
Siendo yo periodista, bueno, yo creo que este es uno de los grandes desafíos a los que nos enfrentamos con la comunicación digital y la inteligencia artificial. Me preocupa la parte de los jóvenes. En España el 42% de los jóvenes se plantea un sistema alternativo a la democracia o no opina. ¿Eso a qué se debe? Eso se debe sobre todo a que existe una desconfianza generalizada con respecto al funcionamiento del sistema democrático. No existen puntos de encuentro como los que comentaba ya anteriormente, puntos que para mí, en la era de la inteligencia artificial, es lo más revolucionario que podíamos hacer, es recuperar los espacios físicos. Existe un libro que se titula Palacios del Pueblo, que yo recomiendo mucho, de Klinenberg. Hay que recuperar las bibliotecas, hay que recuperar los espacios que antes compartíamos como sociedad y que hemos dejado de compartir para favorecer el diálogo intergeneracional, el diálogo entre los jóvenes que no conocieron otro sistema diferente a la democracia y la gente que sí lo vivió. Y ese tipo de espacios pueden contribuir a solucionar este gran problema que existe.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to what has just been said? Libraries and yeah.
With like libraries and all that kind of stuff.
Anything else you would like to?
I don't know, from my perspective, I think that how youth can be beneficial in all that digital action and all that digital age, I think that we can always combine and we can always invite older generations to come and say that we are here, we are existing, and we can help you to understand, to deal with like disinformation, to all that kind of misinformation as well, to like social media, how to use it wisely, how to use it properly, how to understand what is like the main message of using social media. And I think that I have like really one precise example from my country. I don't know, I think that it's like, it can be visible in all like, not like all countries, but like in some countries as well. I really vividly remember when I was scrolling through like Instagram, and you know that like right now artificial intelligence can even create some deep fake videos, like politicians dancing, I don't know, cursing even, you know, and shouting all kind of words. And I really vividly remember the Prime Minister of Lithuania, she was dancing, she was like, you know, I'm so happy and like I'm doing all that kind of affairs. And my grandparents, they were like blown away. They didn't understand what's going on. And I approached them and I said that, do you see that we have artificial intelligence around us that can like make these kind of things? And of course they didn't know it because they weren't aware of this, that we have like that, you know, for example, ChatGPT or whatever, that can create some sort of videos that, you know, any kind of politician can dance, curse, and do whatever they can. So yeah, so I think that this example can be like more precise example about all that maybe more harmful point of view when we are discussing artificial intelligence. And yeah.
Thank you. I will give you the floor in a minute, Professor, but Mr. Caraballo de Leon, in the government of the Canary Islands, what measures have you put in place precisely to protect democracy and to guard against disinformation or fake videos?
Es una pregunta muy complicada, porque Canarias es un territorio fragmentado, son 8 islas, y la democracia, para que sea lo más certera posible, tiene que tener en cuenta el territorio. Es decir, una medida no se puede replicar en todos los territorios. Puedes tomar un modelo y ese modelo adaptarlo al territorio. Nosotros lo que hemos apostado es sobre todo por la creación desde el Gobierno de Canarias de comité de personas expertas, jóvenes expertos que contribuyan a buscar soluciones basadas en la innovación y la sostenibilidad. Consideramos que la creación de esos foros de personas ajenas a las administraciones públicas es importante. Los políticos son importantes, tienen un papel que desempeñar, son los representantes del pueblo, pero se tienen que rodear de jóvenes que tienen una visión muy distinta de la que tenemos los que gobernamos, que muchas veces estamos muy alejados de la realidad o hacemos el ridículo espantoso, como comentaba con esa señora que bailaba en Lituania, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que tenemos que acercarnos a la ciudadanía. Nosotros tenemos un proyecto muy bonito que se llama Islas Responsables, que consiste en localizar proyectos basados en la innovación y la sostenibilidad y compartirlo con otras islas europeas. O sea, tenemos al final los mismos retos a los que nos tenemos que enfrentar y queremos compartir esa información para que la gente vea de qué manera podemos afrontar esos desafíos como el cambio climático, la economía azul, la economía circular. O sea que nuestra receta consiste en crear en esos pequeños espacios o esos grandes espacios para que la gente se sienta identificada y recupere la confianza en la democracia.
Thank you very much. Professor Nereida Carrillo, you are the president of Learn to Check, and I think a very relevant association. You're also a professor of journalism at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and I think you're now going to take us through the interactive session. Okay? And I think it will be easier for us to follow it from here so that we can actively take part. Thank you very much to our two speakers of this third session. Thank you.
Hola, bona tarda. Vaig a continuar en català, que és la meva llengua materna, i avui us vull portar a aquesta sessió Desinformació, un repte per a les nostres democràcies. Com ja heu escoltat, soc la presidenta d'una associació que es diu Learn to Check, que des de fa 7 anys ens dediquem a promoure l'alfabetització mediàtica i informacional per lluitar contra la desinformació. I us explicaré la nostra experiència en aquest àmbit. Nosaltres treballem amb 4 eixos de treball. El primer és fer tallers d'educació mediàtica i informacional per tothom, des de nens i nenes petites fins a gent gran, professionals, bibliotecaris, periodistes, professorat. El segon són projectes transformadors i innovadors d'educació mediàtica amb més de 70 administracions i entitats, com la Comissió Europea, el Parlament Europeu, UNICEF i governs també regionals. La tercera és la investigació acadèmica, perquè moltes persones venim de la universitat i volem conèixer l'impacte de la desinformació i l'impacte real de les accions que fem per lluitar-hi. I l'última línia és la divulgació, amb llibres, articles, vídeos, jocs i conferències com la que fem avui aquí. Podríem parlar de desinformació hores i hores, però com que no tenim tant de temps, he triat fer-ho a partir d'un exemple de desinformació. N'hi ha molts, n'hi ha moltíssims, però he triat un que crec que ens pot ajudar a vehicular la conversa sobre els diferents aspectes rellevants sobre desinformació. Poc després del robatori al Museu del Louvre a París, va circular per Telegram aquesta fotografia. Aquesta fotografia diu que la policia francesa ha detingut 2 ciutadans ucraïnesos pel robatori al Museu francès. Això no és cert, però així funciona la desinformació. Aprofita moments d'incertesa on encara no tenim tota la informació per atreure l'atenció i disseminar, manipular amb les seves narratives de l'odi. Què hem de fer nosaltres? Entrenar la nostra mirada crítica, el nostre esperit crític. Què podem fer quan mirem aquesta fotografia? Què fem si tenim pensament crític? Si hem fet projectes d'alfabetització mediàtica a les escoles, a les biblioteques, amb la gent gran, a les nostres comunitats. Doncs podem veure que aquests uniformes no són de la policia francesa i podem veure, per exemple, què es pot llegir en l'uniforme d'aquell policia. Ho podem fer amb Google Lens, ho podem fer amb qualsevol altra eina de traducció i veiem que allà posa policia en polonès. Per tant, si entrenem aquesta mirada crítica, sabem que això no és cert. Però també és important saber d'on és aquella fotografia, perquè no només és important detectar aquella informació falsa, sinó saber buscar la informació verídica i real quan la necessitem. Per tant, què podem fer? Continuem el nostre procés de recerca, perquè la verificació és un procés, és estirar del fil. Podem, per exemple, fer una cerca inversa d'imatges utilitzant Google Images, Google Lens. Podem utilitzar una altra eina oberta i per a tothom, creada amb fons europeus i en diferents països europeus, com és, per exemple, Invit We Verify Vera AI, que ens permet, per exemple, fer una anàlisi forense d'una fotografia per veure quins elements s'han manipulat, o ens permet, per exemple, ampliar algun bocí d'aquella fotografia per veure o llegir sense pixelar aquell text que allà hi apareix. I, per tant, si continuem en aquest procés de recerca, arribarem aquí. Això és un portal de notícies polonès en què ens expliquen que la policia polonesa, a més abans que es produís el robatori del Louvre, va detenir 2 ciutadans ucraïnesos en situació d'embriaguesa que intentaven robar un tractor. I per tant, així funciona la desinformació. El que passa és que aquesta notícia real, verídica, hi arribarà molta menys gent que la informació falsa, perquè la informació falsa es dissemina molt fàcilment, en canvi els desmentits i la informació real arriben a molta menys gent. I per tant hem de saber trobar aquesta informació que és certa, perquè la informació falsa, la desinformació, té un cost zero. És molt fàcil agafar una fotografia d'un altre fet i tornar-la a posar en circulació per intentar implantar, enganyar la gent i implantar aquestes narratives de l'odi. En canvi, el periodisme costa temps, costa diners, però paga molt més la pena, perquè aquesta desinformació té un cost zero i està molt viralitzada per les xarxes socials. Per què? Perquè la desinformació és la informació amb més engagement just després del contingut il·legal. I per tant, la desinformació és un negoci i per això continua. Aquesta descontextualització, aquest context fals, l'agafar una fotografia, un vídeo i treure'l de context, tornar-lo a posar en circulació, associant-lo a una altra narrativa, és una de les moltes maneres i de les estratègies en què ens enganyen. Però n'hi ha més. Per exemple, amb el contingut impostor, també fer servir, suplantar la identitat d'un altre mitjà de comunicació, d'un govern, d'una persona, i difondre informació falsa, o el contingut manipulat, que és agafar una fotografia, posar, treure o canviar un element d'aquella imatge per distorsionar el seu significat, contingut enganyós, les teories de la conspiració, els deepfakes, aquells continguts falsos generats per un ús pervers i poc ètic de la intel·ligència artificial, i n'hi ha moltes més estratègies. Comprar mitjans locals que viuen una situació de precarietat, o per exemple atacar infraestructures electorals, o per exemple posar tertulians que difonguin determinades narratives, o fer propaganda a través de l'humor, de vídeos humorístics per intentar impactar els joves, o per exemple difondre desinformació 48 o 72 hores abans d'una cita electoral perquè hi hagi poc temps perquè pugui ser mitigada. Aquestes són moltes de les estratègies que avui tenim. M'agradaria començar a la part interactiva, ara anirem al Mentimeter perquè voldria preguntar-vos això, com podríeu definir la desinformació en una paraula? I ara aniré al Mentimeter per encoratjar aquesta participació. Doncs està preparat aquest Mentimeter i us animo a que pugueu respondre. Com descriuríeu la desinformació en només una paraula? Espero la vostra participació perquè sé que el cafè triga 20 o 30 minuts a fer efecte, o sigui que per aquesta sessió segur que ja esteu més desperts i més despertes. Mentira, manipulació, què més? Molt bé, tensió, normalitzada, perill, molt bé, anestèsia, molt bé, ignorància, perill, ignorància, molt bé, conspiració, ansietat, fake news, fake, falsedat, desconfiança, abús, utilització del poder. Molt interessant aquest núvol de paraules que s'està formant en aquesta sessió d'avui. Molt bé, doncs gràcies per la vostra participació. Ens han arribat 21, 31, fatiga política, estratègia, distopia, molt bé, fake, ignorància, mentira, manipulació, perill, són les paraules més utilitzades. Molt bé, doncs tornem ara al PowerPoint perquè volem continuar des d'aquí la presentació i veurem com podem definir la desinformació. A mi m'agrada molt definir la desinformació, ara ja està llest aquest PowerPoint, gràcies, amb aquest gràfic de First Draft. La desinformació és un desordre informatiu, és un problema que tenim a l'hora d'informar-nos. Tenim un cercle que és contingut fals, és un problema, i contingut que intenta perjudicar algú, a una persona, a una comunitat, a un país, i la desinformació se situa en la intersecció d'aquests dos conjunts. I com la entenem llavors? És informació falsa, enganyosa o errònia que es distribueix de forma sistemàtica, de forma interessada i que pot causar danys públics, com els danys que causa a les nostres democràcies. I crec molt interessant veure aquest doble component de la desinformació, perquè si volem crear resiliència a la desinformació, si volem combatre-la, l'hem de combatre des dels dos elements clau, perquè la desinformació és odi en format mentida i per tant hem d'atacar tant la falsedat amb informació veraç, contrastada, amb coneixement, però també hem de combatre aquest discurs de l'odi amb empatia, amb ètica, amb valors i amb una cultura del respecte a internet. L'exemple que abans us feia servir exemplifica molt bé la desinformació i aquest component d'odi a la desinformació, perquè no és l'únic exemple que està difonent informació falsa sobre els ciutadans ucraïnesos. Forma part de tota una estela d'informacions falses que intenten associar, en aquest cas, els ciutadans ucraïnesos amb la delinqüència, amb la perillositat. Aquí tenim altres exemples que els responsabilitza de violacions comeses a Alemanya o de cremar cases de les persones que els acullen. Aquesta és un tipus de desinformació, n'hi ha moltes, desinformació científica, desinformació sobre salut, ho vam viure tots en la pandèmia, ho continuem vivint amb desinformació sobre dietes que afecten molt als joves, hi ha desinformació política i avui també m'agradaria parlar amb aquest vídeo de la desinformació russa. Yevgeny Fedchenko és el chief editor de Stop Fake, que és un fact-checker ucraïnès que va néixer a la universitat, a la Mohila School of Journalism, i que ara ell i bona part del seu equip viuen a Madrid. I aquí ens explica com és aquesta desinformació russa. Veiem aquest vídeo.
which is used by, in our case, by Russia, but it also can be used by other authoritarian states, which builds a system to influence political process in other countries and to promote their own political goals. This information is using different tools and they are different in terms of impact on different audiences. It can be fake news, it can be fake documents, it can be fake experts, fake books. So basically it can be also deep fakes, which is now a growing topic as well. So in short, we can manipulate anything to influence public opinion on certain issues. And the second approach is to create doubts among people, so they would not know what is going exactly. For them, disinformation is thrown in very different versions of events, like who shot down MH70. And then they suggest very different versions. Of course, Russia is never mentioned over there. So they say it might be Ukraine, it might be some problem with a plane, it was a provocation of United States, it was something else, it was aliens or whatever. But the reason is that they throw it at the same time and people become confused because they hear very different versions coming from very different directions. And doubts is a very important element and a strategy because it also works at the strategic level, because when people start to doubt, then they become disinterested in the politics, in media, and so basically the reason is to alienate people from active participation in the political process and to make them passive receivers of disinformation, so to decrease their barriers against disinformation and to manipulate them after that. Russia is using very different approaches, and to some extent they are very similar for Ukraine and for other countries, but probably in other countries it's less visible. In the Ukrainian case it's the most visible because Ukraine became a testing ground actually for different strategies. And for example, at the beginning they were using the presence of Russian TV channels in Ukraine. After they were banned, they immediately switched to social media. And when Russian social media were restricted in Ukraine, they immediately started to organize the local media companies inside Ukraine or to buy already existing companies. So this is a kind of a new strategy which we now see is also widely used in different European countries. And also they engage the local journalists very often because they can pay good money, they can help to sustain local media, and they pay a lot of attention not to big media companies, but to small startups, YouTube channels, and other media organizations which can be widely seen on social media. So social media is another very important platform which is used by disinformation for the purpose of amplifying their messages and also to exponentially increase the audiences.
Doncs fins aquí el vídeo de Yevhen Fedchenko. Crec que diu moltes coses interessants amb aquest vídeo. Descriu molt bé com funciona aquest sistema de manipulació i m'he quedat amb una reflexió que l'objectiu d'aquesta desinformació és convertir-nos en receptors passius de desinformació. Hem passat de convertir-nos en prosumers, consumidors i productors d'informació, de continguts, a que la desinformació ens vulgui tornar a ser només receptors, tenir un paper passiu i no consumir informació veraç per prendre decisions informades, sinó que ens vol fer consumir només informació falsa que ens manipuli. Aquí, aquest exemple també ens ajuda a veure com funciona, com es dissemina la desinformació. Comença en webs anònimes, en canals tancats com WhatsApp i Telegram i es va amplificant amb comunitats que creuen teories de la conspiració a través de les xarxes socials i també a través dels mitjans de comunicació que de vegades, sense voler-ho i de vegades amb una intenció al darrere, també difonen aquestes narratives. Aquí és també un debat entre els fact-checkers, com combatem la desinformació sense amplificar-la. La desinformació ens perjudica a tots, té efectes molt perjudicials, com ara pot promoure l'abstenció en una cita electoral, pot interferir en unes eleccions, pot alterar el resultat d'unes eleccions cap a un candidat, cap a un altre, fer guanyar o perdre suport cap a unes polítiques, cap a unes altres, però sobretot també vol deslegitimar el procés electoral, erosionar la confiança en les institucions democràtiques, erosionar els valors democràtics, que algunes persones pensin que l'autoritarisme és molt millor que la democràcia. També està vulnerant els drets humans, el dret a la vida, el dret a la informació veraç, el dret a processos polítics sense interferències, el dret a la intimitat, a la pròpia imatge, els drets socials d'aquelles persones que són víctimes de la desinformació i ens perjudica a tots. Al final a mi m'agrada també recordar les paraules de Maria Ressa, que diu que la desinformació, l'objectiu final de la desinformació no és que creguis aquella cosa, sinó que desconfiïs de tot, perquè si desconfiem en les nostres democràcies i si desconfiem en les persones que formen les nostres comunitats, no podrem articular moviments democràtics de millora de les nostres democràcies. Tinc una segona pregunta per tots vosaltres i ara tornarem al metímeter. La pregunta que us vull formular és quin penseu que és el dany més important que està causant la desinformació? Penseu-vos la resposta mentre us torno a posar la presentació del metímeter perquè pugueu contestar aquesta pregunta. Quin penseu que és el dany més important que està fent-nos arribar la desinformació? No sé si us funciona. No sé si la necessitaríem el... Ara estan arribant ja les respostes. Erosiona els valors democràtics. Molt bé, esperem una mica més perquè pugueu enviar i ens vagin arribant totes les vostres respostes. Promou l'abstenció, interfereix en les eleccions, deslegitima el procés electoral, erosiona la confiança en les institucions democràtiques. De moment, guanyen, erosiona els valors democràtics i la confiança en les institucions democràtiques. Són tots danys públics d'aquesta desinformació, que no és només informació falsa, que podem difondre per intentar protegir algú o que no té conseqüències, sinó que causa danys públics. Molt bé, doncs moltes gràcies per les vostres aportacions. Tornem al PowerPoint per a la part final d'aquesta sessió interactiva. I ara crec que ens hem de formular una pregunta també molt important, que és què podem fer davant d'aquesta situació? Doncs una de les solucions que té més consens és la promoció de l'alfabetització mediàtica i informacional. És també una de les receptes a la qual va arribar el grup d'experts de la Comissió Europea. Nosaltres, des de l'ERTUCHEC, creiem fermament en això i entenem l'alfabetització mediàtica i informacional com ho fa la UNESCO, que ha de ser per tothom i al llarg de la vida i per promoure i exercir els drets humans. I per tant, nosaltres, per exemple, treballem en projectes com el que es veu a la fotografia. És un projecte europeu aquí la presentació del projecte a Madrid. És un projecte europeu de formació de bibliotecaris i bibliotecàries a Espanya, Portugal i Irlanda, que el que fem és que nosaltres formem aquelles bibliotecàries i les empoderem per dissenyar i implementar activitats d'alfabetització mediàtica informacional en les seves comunitats. Les formem en desinformació, verificació, com fer aquesta educació mediàtica, els proporcionem materials, com per exemple un escape room de verificació digital per encoratjar i animar el pensament crític des d'edats primerenques, i estan sortint molt bons resultats d'aquesta iniciativa que volem encara escalar a més països, o sigui que també us encoratjo a treballar en aquesta línia. Nosaltres, els nostres projectes sempre tenen aquesta doble línia d'educació però empoderament. Un cop ja saps com verificar aquest coneixement, no te'l quedes per tu, sinó que l'utilitzes per fer un impacte positiu a la teva comunitat, i creiem molt en les biblioteques, en els mitjans de comunicació i en tornar a teixir aquests llaços socials malmesos, entre altres causes, per la desinformació. A les escoles, perquè és on comencem a aprendre, però com que per les escoles passem i a les biblioteques hi tornem, creiem fermament que ha d'estar allà l'alfabetització mediàtica i informacional. I també promoure una cultura de la verificació, no quedar-nos amb el dubte, que no ens sigui indiferent la veritat o la informació contrastada, no utilitzar la desinformació com a eina política, també incentivar la regulació, un ús ètic de la intel·ligència artificial i també conrear narratives alternatives, perquè no només hem d'anar a la contra, sinó que la desinformació és emocional i la resposta també ho ha de ser. Però si la desinformació ens empeny a sentir por, angoixa, l'alfabetització mediàtica s'ha de projectar, s'ha de promoure des de l'alegria i des de les emocions positives. Per això m'agradaria preguntar-vos, ara sí, la darrera pregunta que us formularé en aquest metímetre, què creieu que es pot fer, què més creieu que es pot fer per combatre la desinformació i protegir les nostres democràcies? Us deixo un moment que us penseu aquesta resposta mentre tornem a la pantalla, a la presentació del metímetre, i aquí ja podeu enviar les vostres respostes. Molt bé, a veure si ens van arribant ja aquestes respostes. Vale. Està segur que no ens desinformem a nosaltres mateixos. Això també amb els biaixos cognitius també passa, no? Que ens creiem tot el que quadra amb la nostra opinió perquè ens fa sentir bé. Una educació compulsiva, això m'agrada molt. Molt bé. Projectes d'educació mediàtica intergeneracionals, tallers sobre desinformació, impulsar el pensament crític, aquesta és també primordial, no utilitzar les xarxes socials, regular els algoritmes i les interferències d'estats estrangers i d'empreses, més intervenció per part dels governs. Doncs crec que tenim una bona pluja d'idees aquí, reforçar els espais de comunitat i raonament conjunt, pensament crític amb participació intergeneracional, fact-checking, canals de xarxes socials, podcast, televisió, en mitjans locals i regionals. No sé si podem baixar per veure més respostes que ens estiguin arribant. Molt bé, educació, ser ferms també amb les tecnològiques, que no bloquegen les fake news, perquè forma part també del seu negoci, però és el negoci amb les nostres democràcies. Molt bé, doncs moltíssimes gràcies per totes aquestes idees que ens estan confiant als ciutadans. Aquesta és molt bona també. Moltes gràcies per les vostres idees, imaginació. Molt bé, doncs estem ja acabant. Tornem al PowerPoint per acabar aquesta sessió. Una reflexió final que m'agradaria fer és que la desinformació no neix del no-res, arrela en les vulnerabilitats de les nostres democràcies i, per tant, cimentar les esquerdes de les nostres democràcies és una gran política per protegir-les. No hi ha més per protegir les nostres democràcies que més i millor democràcies, que aprofundir en les nostres democràcies. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Carrillo. This brings the third session to an end. Thank you all for your attention, and I now hand over to David Estrangis, who will take us through the conclusions and the next steps.
Thank you very much, Saleh. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we have witnessed very interesting reflections, very interesting, we had very interesting changes, we had interactive exercises. I think that was a productive afternoon, I must say. Nice ideas, nice experiences, stimulating, I think. And the important thing that is that we have sort of landing area, landing zone, a target that is contributing to something new, which is this new Pact for Democracy. I think also no one knows, we were discussing this morning, the end result, the final form that this will take. That's the beauty also of the process, that is an open process. I know that the Council of Europe is broadening the consultation, and that's why also we were here today to contribute to this important debate. This is how, in my opinion, this kind of reflection should be dealt with, because we need sometimes really to think out of the box. That's what we are trying to do based on, of course, the experience in the territories. Now, what will be produced concretely after the seminar will be a report. The Congress of the Council of Europe will be in charge for this report with recommendations and key messages. So that will input really the final reflections at the level of the Council of Europe. But we will hear more in a moment from the representative from the Congress. Before we start with that, we have a person that works for the CPMR that will help us navigate the key takeaways through, let's say, one of his many talents, because this person is not only our director for cohesion and budget, but he has also, I would say, great talent for drawing and, creative illustration. So I would like to introduce you to my colleague Jorge Núñez, and he has been drawing something while everyone was speaking. I really don't know what is that, so that will be a surprise for everyone, but I would like to invite my colleague Jorge to take one mic and explain us what he has produced. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Please.
I don't know if I should press. Yes. Oh, they go very fast. Oh, okay. That's the first one. Let's see. I'm going to go. I've been asked, can you do something about conclusions? It's not so easy. You cannot draw and do notes and get conclusions and think about conclusions. I can give you pictures of the things that pass through my head while I'm listening. So the things that stay in my head. So first of all, I realized that a lot of it was about the risks to democracy. So here you have already the first vandalism of the word democracy running away and changing the letters, changing reality. So first things, so the musings about this. Now the first picture I will put now after this one is not from today. We are always saying, oh, you know, youth, and they believe in democracy and all this. Well, this is a picture I did before I came to Brussels, what I was saying, imagining my future after I take, what's this bottom is too sensitive. After I take over control over the EU and I become the dictator of the EU. So I'm saying, don't trust young people. I was young. And here it is, the dictator of the EU, General Jorge. My career has not gone as well as that. But it's just to say, but that's for this. Don't give me a button that does 3,000 passages every time, because look, it's terrible. Anyway, this is sabotage, you see, so maybe it's the Russians. So first of all, yes, look at this. The button is not working. Can I ask you to pass the pages so I don't have this kind of problems? Can you put the second one? You see, it passes all the pages. So first of all, I was just thinking things that were coming. One of the issues about a lot of people in democracy and so on, and because we're used to have apps and play things that are immediate, is we have this issue that we want a democracy as long as the outcome is the things that I want. Okay, so this is what many people have. So it's one of the thoughts I have. So if we pass to the next one. Next picture, yeah. Next, you see, even you have the same problem. There is something wrong with the slides. Next, one please. Yeah, it's really, yeah. There are several pictures, so I cannot stay many hours. Another thing was disinformation being dangerous. So you have a person saying something, then transformed in social media, and creating reactions that can be quite aggressive. So you are having, this we discussed quite a lot about it from the beginning. The subject was going in this direction, so it's one of the pictures that I did at the beginning, but then this subject came up at the end again. But anyway, next picture. This is an older picture. I didn't do it for this session, but it's another thing. It's about voters that is a sensation for some people. At a certain point, the US says 5% military. It was 3%, then it was 5%, so it was 2%. The reason, yeah, we have the Russians and so on, but the reason is, you know, why 5%? That's a question I would say. Why 5%? Because the Chinese spent 2.7, I don't remember now. The Americans 3.3. Why are we doing 5? We don't have, it just comes from somewhere. It just comes from somewhere. And then the question is, people, you know, say, well, who voted this, in fact? Is it, I didn't vote for Trump, or you. And then we have this problem about people being confused. So that's why I put the picture, because I thought, well, had something to do with who decides things. Next picture. All the other pictures are from here. Another thing is that I was thinking during the conversation is how do we do a consultation that ensures the answers are to my proposal. I was thinking at that moment, because we are doing multi-level governance. We are thinking about the Commission's proposal for the future budget. They were consultations. They were multiple choice to confirm their ideas. And then we say, well, what is the question about multi-level governance, which is in the title of the sessions today, was multi-level governance. Next picture. This was another thing, is how do we engage in democratic discussions? And we have this person sitting on the sofa and throwing hateful messages because he's engaging in the democratic debate online, and says to his wife, please wait for the dinner. I'm busy. Okay, next picture. I do not feel represented by politicians. Says, oh yes, who did you vote for? I never vote, as an answer. People that don't vote, but they have They want their ideas to go through. And this idea that people disengage from democracy, and then they vote, and then they are angry with the result. Next. This is about the generations. You were speaking about generational problems. So I was thinking, you do not understand how much we fought for your rights. And then the younger person is saying, you don't understand that sorry, it's wrongly written, that you do not understand what life we want. I was editing while writing it. So in other words, there is an interregional lack of dialogue and misunderstanding about what do we have. There were some people speaking about younger people taking things for granted. The other point is I'm asking, well, younger people also cannot think about the next job to be given for granted to them. I mean, from my daughter's perspective, let's put it like that. Next one. This is about when they were saying the dancing people. So I was saying, oh my God, the president went dancing in underpants in parliament. And they said, it's AI, Grandma. I said, who is AI? Well, that's approximately. I have this problem, by the way. My wife is now in Bulgaria with her mother. And she believes anything that is online, anything that you can imagine, whatever becomes true. And it's a problem and still votes. Next. That's it. The next picture I had something in mind, but it doesn't matter. So I couldn't draw fast enough to add a last picture, but that was a bit the ideas that were coming through the things. It's not these are not conclusions, but I hope it reflected some thoughts that were coming through, and that you had some fun. Okay,
thank you. Thank you very much, Jorge, for those thought-provoking also drawings. Thanks for that. And also maybe thank you for staying until the end, in particular. I would like to quote also what Agusti said before, you know. We are starting to be, in this case, the democratic resistance. In the Star Wars sense of the word, maybe. Anyways, we are getting to the final wrap-up. Now we will delve a bit more on formal takeaways, and I would like to ask Claudia Luciani, Director for the Congress for the Council of Europe, to tell us her perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davide. I must say it's been a very enjoyable day because we started before the afternoon. And I want to start with that, with thanking the partners, so CPMR, and of course the region, the Autonomia of Catalonia, because I discovered talking to both why we're partnering. And I'll tell you why I think we're partnering. It is about backsliding of democracy. I'm not going to do the diagnosis again. Everybody understands what it means. And you have come towards us because we have launched this new Democratic Pact for Europe, which, as you said, is right now in the phase of discovery, excavation. The Secretary General says we need to understand better more. But here we have two partners. One, Catalonia, has two key features for me that make it a perfect fit for us. They know what the transition from non-democracy to democracy means. And this gives them expertise, natural expertise that we discussed earlier with the minister. And second, they are a firm believer and an implementer of decentralization. Now, these two are very important features in the resistance, the resilience, call it whatever you want, against the backsliding. And I think this region is a perfect example of how those two key factors can be extremely useful. And then comes your CPMR, and here you also have two very interesting features. One is that you gather territories of different kinds, so not only the usual compositions that we're more used to at the Congress, but we heard that characteristics such as being sparsely populated, being difficult to reach. It struck me listening to you, just the mere fact of physical connecting points that are not so easy. For instance, make you go more quickly towards digital tools, and that is fine. It's probably the solution. Whereas we tend to be much more prone towards, physical meetings, etc. So a very interesting characteristics. And also, of course, that you cover so many different latitudes. So we have both the geographical extension and the type of municipality types of regions that are very interesting. So now I have explained why we're so fond of the two partners. But to wrap up, I would like to say that, yes, we are indeed, as you said, Davide, rightly, trying to think out of the box. I know it's almost a banal sentence, but it is difficult to do. And this session now, this evening, and thank you for the very good presentation on this information, has proved it. Because we tend to stay within the subject, this information, and believe that we have within that subject the solutions. Maybe they're somewhere else. We just don't know. And sometimes it takes a spark or a question to take you a step aside. And I think that's when the conversation becomes very interesting. For me, for instance, one of the ways to fight it is to get people involved in anything that it is not information. So culture. Culture is nobody has mentioned it, it's a very good antidote, and it is scientific evidence that people that are engaged in culture, for instance, music is a perfect antidote against polarization, because musicians cannot work with polarization, because they have a tendency to come to harmonization. So culture is an antidote. We're looking for those type of answers as well. So not only what has already worked, but what could we promote that can really help us with this phenomenon, with this threat of disinformation. So here we are in the excavation, in the research, in the consultation, and all these ideas that came up are, of course, duly noted and will be processed by us with our means. We will probably not get everything right or give the right weight to every very good initiatives. So what I can offer also is that you can still contribute via Davide and his colleagues with other ideas that you may come up after we have this had this session. We are indeed compiling more. And the end result hopefully will be next year, towards the end of the year. The Secretary General will gather all the member states, because all of this, of course, is very important what we're discussing, but we want the states to act. We are an intergovernmental organization. We want states to put in place policies, measures, to encourage certain actions at European, at national, local, regional level. So the end result should be something quite strong that the Secretary General is hoping to have states adopt, maybe in a formal summit type way. So I'm sure, and I hope you will discover by then, you have to just be a little bit patient, you will discover that some of these very interesting ideas have maybe made it all the way to the new democratic pact that is foreseen for towards the end of 2026. So with my big and deep thanks to all of you for your engagement, for your ideas. And again, stay tuned, because more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Claudia, for your engagement, for the promising collaboration, and we will keep our members really updated in the next. Oh, this is something else. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. We will indeed inform our members on the follow-up in the next weeks and months, and we will share for sure more information with the Congress. Now, this is a survey. I think it's a satisfaction survey. So. If you want to scan these codes and already answer, that would be great. But we can also, after the seminar, as I see that some people left indeed, we can send it out via email, and we can, of course, then comment on the results together. Now, we are headed to the last intervention, the formal closing remarks from the host region, and for that purpose I will give the floor immediately to Gerard Vives, who is the Director General for European Union Affairs at the Government of Catalonia. Gerard, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Davide. Well, we are reaching the end of an intense and enriching, and let me underline this, a very, very necessary day. Allow me to begin with a few words of gratitude. Many thanks go first to all the speakers, to everyone who has resisted to this last stretch of the seminar, and especially to the Council of Europe and its Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, as well as to our colleagues in Learn to Check for helping us organize and design this seminar. With your permission, I will now continue in Catalan. Avui hem compartit mirades, diagnòstics i experiències que ens recorden una evidència incòmoda però incontestable. Les nostres democràcies no són quelcom que es pugui donar per descomptat, ho hem sentit en diverses ocasions, i encara menys en un moment en el que la desinformació, la manipulació digital, les tensions geopolítiques i la desafecció ciutadana erosionen els seus fonaments. Vull reiterar un punt que el conseller Duch expressava aquest matí i que per nosaltres és central. Escollir aquest tema no ha estat trivial, ha estat una decisió deliberada. Des de Catalunya vam creure, i avui ho reafirmem, que aprofitar l'Assemblea General de la CRPM per dotar-nos d'un espai per reflexionar sobre l'estat de la democràcia i fer-ho des d'una perspectiva regional era extremadament necessari i urgent. No us ho he de dir a vosaltres, ho sabeu millor que ningú, és precisament en aquest nivell, el nivell regional i local, on la democràcia respira, on es construeix cada dia i on els impactes de la desinformació i la polarització es fan més tangible. I és també on la ciutadania espera respostes concretes. Aquest fet també ens interpel·la i ens recorda, doncs, la nostra responsabilitat envers la salut de la democràcia. Salut que podem contribuir a reforçar, però també a debilitar amb la nostra activitat, la nostra acció de govern diària. I és que en temps de fake news, si una cosa no ens podem permetre, són fake policies. La resposta que hem rebut a la convocatòria d'aquest seminari ens confirma la nostra intuïció. En primer lloc, que la col·laboració estreta i entusiasta del Consell d'Europa i, d'altra banda, les inscripcions que han sobrepassat en determinats moments la capacitat de la sala que teníem prevista. I això ens diu, en primer lloc, que efectivament el debat és d'actualitat absoluta i és urgent, i segona qüestió, i per nosaltres fonamental, que no estem sols en la consciència d'aquesta necessitat d'abordar-lo des de les regions. Constatació que ens reconforta i ens encoratja. Ho hem dit múltiples vegades aquesta tarda, la democràcia s'enforteix amb governança multinivell real, i això requereix una feina dirigida a tots els nivells, a l'estatal, al regional, al local, però també a l'europeu. Convé subratllar-ho perquè si, com dèiem fa un moment, cada política, independentment de l'àmbit, té el potencial de reforçar o debilitar les nostres democràcies, debats com els que ens ocupen i preocupen ara mateix en el marc europeu, i penso, per exemple, en el debat sobre el marc financer plurianual, té també la capacitat, el potencial d'allunyar la unió de les regions i de la ciutadania. Una separació perillosa pel futur del projecte europeu. Ho plantejava el secretari Fernández de Losada en el seu keynote speech. Què podem fer? Què podem fer les regions per defensar la democràcia? Bé, volíem portar la pregunta a la taula de la CRPM, però el diàleg no acaba avui ni acaba aquí. D'una banda, les aportacions, com s'ha dit, no es perdran, les aportacions fetes avui formaran part del procés de consulta oficial del nou Pacte Democràtic del Consell d'Europa. De l'altra, esperem que aquest debat es pugui mantenir obert i que la conversa es mantingui i prosperi a l'interior de la CRPM, intensificant el nostre treball per una Europa que no només sigui un espai comú, sinó també un projecte compartit amb institucions que escoltin i, en últim terme, connectin amb la vida real de la ciutadania. És tard, hem tingut un dia molt intens, però permeteu-me que aprofiti, que abusi de la vostra paciència, permetent-me, ara que tinc el micro, agrair la feina ingent dels darrers mesos, del darrer any i mig, de fet, del meu equip, que ha fet possible no només aquest seminari, sinó l'organització de l'Assemblea General de la CPM. Res del que hem fet avui i del que farem aquesta setmana seria possible sense la seva professionalitat i dedicació. Amb aquesta cluenda doncs, tanquem aquest primer acte de l'Assemblea General de la CPM que tenim l'honor d'acollir des del Govern de Catalunya. Serà un plaer continuar compartint espais de debat i treball amb vosaltres els propers dies. Us desitjo una molt bona estada a Catalunya, que gaudiu de la ciutat i sapigueu que tant el meu equip com jo mateix estem a la vostra disposició perquè necessiteu. Moltíssimes gràcies.
No more. That's more